I don't normally vape in the morning, but flawed mangoes. I think the beginning is good. Oof. Alright, boys. Since I have a lot going through my mind right now, I'm just gonna hit a vape. I might go to shit, but yeah, this is uh, 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 this swimming. Who cares? You know what? You know what? This is a good time to start the day. So what we're gonna do today is actually we're gonna do this.
Source is going to help us get.
So I already watched a little bit of this video, but today I aim to achieve till 4. That's 8 hours of streaming. 1 hour for each hour because I guess that is how much time it's gonna take. Oof, I'm faded, bro. I don't even want to study right now, but I need to relax a little bit. All right, after this, all right. So we're gonna start studying, boys. Let me actually make a GitHub repo for this. Actually, I did already have something. Uh, my repositories, new Futa Bandit, Loom. Let me call this something. Futo. Public and yeah, I think. And I think I want to start fresh. You know. So I know this is like ooh 16 hours. I plan to complete this in at least 3 days. That is till when I can stream for like as long as I want to. We'll be eating here. We'll be doing everything here, bro. Um, let's. All right. So what we're gonna do is actually gonna delete this, right? RM minus RF Opal thing, and make dir photo. Uh, this is the repository that we're going to be working with. This is going to be our GitHub, and yeah. I have some music playing in the background. So why am I doing this actually? Now, even though this is going to be a project on my resume, but the reason I'm doing this is because I want to learn. You know, I before I work on any hackathons now, I cannot just go around making shit myself up. I need to do this fast. I want to make my own shift after I know this shit. You know, this is going to teach me a lot as a developer and as everything. I have to do this. So it's 12 o'clock right now. So I hope I do stream till 12 in the night. This is an accountability thing. Just I'm going to be honest, right? I'm doing this because I like streaming. You know, I like talking. I like understanding things, and yeah, I don't really need this up. I don't need the vape right now. It's not that good too. It doesn't hit. So yeah, I think we start. You know, uh, yes sir. Stream health seems good and shit. Um, let me go on X. I'm kind of happy with my Twitter now. First, it used to be like filled with dystopian shit. Now it's actually filled with inspirations and shit. Oh, 6 notifications. So what the fuck? So yeah, so this guy. The thing is, they are roasting my project, but it doesn't matter. 3 likes on this shit too. The thing is, I'm very much honest. You know. Um, I have to get better. Uh, s- my training arc by building a running a tutorial. Yes, I know the norm. Build yourself, learn better. But I have to go fast. Train. Koniash. Koniash. I know. Uh, DevVlog 5.1. And how the fuck do I get a link for this, you know? Like I feel there should be something better. Um what the fuck is save male nurses, bro? I swear to God, what is with this fucking male shit, bro? I'm going to be honest, like Fruto Bandit. I am not view botting myself, I promise. Like let me do this. Uh, yeah. Uh, so yeah. What the fuck? I thought I closed the fucking OBS, bro. Yeah. So this is going to be what we are following. This is actually I hope this is good tutorial. I did do the tutorial at start. It fucked me up. So like we are gonna follow each and every step because I think there's still more learning in figuring things out too, you know. So so here he was explaining Electron app. So what is this? This is actually a AI clone. The reason I'm going for this is that there's a very important feature that I do also want to learn is the fact that how do you stream and record at the same time? That is what we're going to learn through here. And let's see, you know, let's
little
go for
elements
this.
around here and there, right? But in this one, it's essentially three different renders itself. So three different windows, which act like three different React applications. And our main file is going to help us create those windows when we start the application first. Okay, so we're going to create three windows here, 1, 2, 3, just like this. And that's the task of the main file. Now, there are more tasks in the main file. For example, since each of these are individual React applications, we also need to have individual HTML files for each of these windows, correct? So that's why we're going to have the HTML files also load into these applications in the main file as well. So the main file takes care of setting up these HTML
So he's
files,
just
right?
explaining
And
Electron
kind
to
of
be
like
honest.
injecting it into the
All
renders, the windows itself. And of course, it's also going to initiate and instantiate the windows to render on the user's computer. Okay? The other thing we're doing inside the main is we're setting up something called IPC events. Now, the word sounds crazy. It is very simple. Think about it this way.
isn't IPC inter-process communication like IPC events Electron JS inter-process communication? Yes.
If we have three different windows and we want to transfer information or data between different windows, we would need to use some sort of a state provider. So IPC renders allow us to sort of share this state or share information or events between different windows. So let's say the user logged in on this window and we need to share that state into all other windows as well. We can use the IPC event to fire an event on all of these windows. These listeners will basically look for these events, and when the events occur, it's going to understand that, okay, I have some data coming in, so I'm going to pretty much sync up whatever's coming in as well, right? So that's the whole point of IPC events. Let's summarize that. IPC events is kind of like triggering an event to a different window, okay? That's pretty much it. So we're going to also set that up inside the main file. So it's safe to say that we have one more component that we can add to this, which is IPC renderer. And the IPC renderer is kind of like the API that gives us access to the IPC events. The next one is called the media resource. And the job of the media resource is essentially to just get access to the user's screens, okay? So remember when I told you in the beginning,
Media resource. What is this? Media digital. Oh hell no, bro. JavaScript. Yeah, media. Sorry, it's media called media source. What is media source? Tell me. Media source interface of this represents a source of media data. Object. Man, is there not a better way of this? Oh, thank you. But if, plug-in free web-based streaming media. Okay. Uh, okay. So stator media references to multiple source buffers and shit. Different chunks of media. Okay. Fine grain control. Okay. Some memory usage. Uh, DASH. Dynamic data streaming over HTTP. Okay. Okay, if you don't want say video quality over time, the rate video is fetched. The thing is, the person I'm making exactly wants to answer this question. So media source does answer this. Happy Pride Month, boys.
We are getting the user's settings from our database, right? Which is a one single ID. And based on the
Ugh.
preferred screen, we're going to look at the available screens on the user's computer, and we're going to use the first one if they don't have anything set already, right? So this media resource is going to help us get all of the screens that are available on the user's computer. And if the user has a saved preference inside the database, we're going to use that setting that they provided in there, and we're going to select that from this media resource array and pick that specific screen and set it as the current default, okay? And if there's nothing, of course, we're just going to take
What?
the screens that are available. We're going to look at the available screens on the user's computer, and we're
Okay.
going to use the first one if they don't have anything set already, right? So this media resource is going to help us get all of the screens that are available on the user's computer. And if the user has a saved preference inside the database, we're going to use that setting that they provided in there, and we're going to select that from this media resource array
Okay.
and pick that specific screen and set it as the current default, okay? And if there's nothing, of course, we're just going to take the first element from this array and set it in here. So you see why we need the media resource part of the Electron application. Now, the next part of the Electron application, which is also the most important one, is the media stream. This section is going to pretty much consist of everything related to using an API to create a buffer stream so we can send it to another backend, okay? And I'll show you what we're
Oh,
using in
this
here
is
to make this
a
work. So
API.
under the media stream, we have something called the Navigator API. This Navigator API does one simple task, which is it provides buffer streams for our screen recording, buffer stream data essentially. So we can use this buffer stream data and send it somewhere. But something needs to record the screen for us to get buffer stream data from that. So essentially, the media stream is responsible for recording the screen. Okay, so we record
Oh,
the
okay.
screen, recording the screen. Let me put it here so you guys can
So
see.
media stream records and navigator gets the buffer data and sends it to the backend, I guess.
And the Navigator API is responsible for providing the buffer stream data. Okay, so now you see how
Okay.
these two kind of come together, right? So now that we have the buffer stream data and we have, which we're getting from the screen recording stuff, we also need to send this data or perform some actions on this data. How can we do that? Well, that's the next section of the Electron application, which is called the media recorder. The media recorder is responsible for giving you an API into which you can pass in the stream data. So the media stream that we have, you can pass it into the media recorder, and the media recorder is going to give you access to some methods, okay, that you can use on the media stream, which is start, so start recording, or stop recording, and finally the most important one, which is data available. And I think there are more methods as well, but I think you get the point, right? This media stream, once it's passed into the media recorder, gives us access to these three methods. And we can invoke these methods on the media recorder to essentially perform the following actions, which is to start recording or to stop, right? So this is basically like it's just an API, like an instance that we're creating, passing it into the media recorder, and then
So this is what we are working with. Oh, it is all part of the media stream API until now. Okay, so it gives you state, video bits per second, audio bits per second, meaning you can separate the video and audio channels. Maybe, I don't know. Request data, request a BLOB containing saved data. Okay, whether recording continues, but a new BLOB. I don't understand this. I know that BLOB is like binary. What does BLOB mean? It was something binary object, right? No. Binary large object, yes. A chunk of data.
we can use all these actions right here. Now, What is the point of the data available method? The reason why this application is so powerful is because we are sending and saving real-time video stream data, which means if we have a client here, we're literally sending videos as the user is recording them on their screen. That way we can create a file on the server side, right, on our Express server, and we can store all this buffer stream data into this as time goes. And eventually when the user is done recording, we can stop and then save this file as a whole, right? So that's what this data available is going to help us with, which is creating a timer-like structure. So based on a timer, we can send the data to our backend, which is send these chunks, the buffer stream chunks, to our Express server. So let me just also mention it right here. So when you start recording, you can add a timer. Okay, this is the benefit of using the data available method. And this timer right now in our application is 1 second. Okay, so every second it's going to fire the callback. Think about it that way, right? And the callback function will essentially send the buffer stream chunks to our Express server. And again, we're doing this with the help of WebSockets. And this is
Okay,
why
I
we need
understand.
our WebSocket connection before we start anything. All right, so these are all the components in our Electron application. There's still more, but hopefully this makes sense. I told you it was a complex project. I mean, it makes sense, the
Okay, so
application.
what I've understood is the media streaming API, the final thing that it gives us, it helps us record. And once it helps us record, it also gives us the data chunks while recording at the same time. That is done through data available method. And these data chunks are being sent over to the Express through a WebSocket because WebSocket maintains a confident, connection one to one. Understand?
Sold for $800 million and it solved such a big problem, right? So there's a lot that goes into this and we're building it completely from scratch, right? We're not using any third-party library. So as a result, it is going to be quite complex. So just bear with me, but I'm trying to make this as easy as possible to follow by explaining
I
every
understand.
single
I
step
understand.
so you understand exactly what we're typing in the code, okay? So the next thing I want to help you understand is what
The
happens
fuck was
while
that?
we're using the data available method and constantly streaming data to our Express server. What does the Express server do while the data is being streamed in real time? So before we jump into what happens when we stop, or when the final, pretty much the final stage of uploading the video, let's understand what happens on the Express side with the stream data being sent in real time to the Express server. Okay, so our Express server again is made out of a couple stages, right? So when the data first comes in, the first thing we're doing is we're creating something we call a buffer array, and the buffer array essentially takes each chunk that is sent in real time and appends it to this buffer array. Then
Okay.
our next step is we're going to convert this buffer array to a blob. And once we convert it into a blob, we need to create a readable stream. And now that we have this readable stream, we need to pipe the readable stream to a write stream into the file system, right? So essentially, we create this file that's inside the Express server's file system, and we are constantly piping the data that comes in and gets appended to our buffer array, right? We're going to constantly append it, kind of like, I mean, you can think about it as appending, right? But we're adding it to this file that we created inside our file system. That's pretty much what we're doing. Okay, we're piping the readable stream data. So let me go ahead and mention that here. So pipe a readable stream to a write stream, okay? And this way we can send it to the file system, all right? So these are the steps that take place in our Express application.
Okay, so the main role of Express is going to be taking the chunks, making it into an array, and then somehow make a pipeline that pipes it from readable
Nothing too
stream to
complex.
that.
It's just a sequence of steps that happen while we are sending data, sending our buffer chunks in real time. Okay, so please understand that it happens during the process, not after. Okay, now let's understand what happens after we stop. So after we stop, what happens after this stage? So as we all know, once we stop, the first step is we're going to send the final stream data, if anything is needed, to our Express backend to pretty much handle that. All right. And then inside our Express server, again, going back to our Express server,
My
we have
laptop
another,
is
I guess you can call it another segment or a section of our Express server. And this part
okay.
handles dealing with finding the file inside the file system and uploading it to AWS. Okay. So the first
Oh,
stage is we're
oh,
going to
wait.
find the file. Okay. And
Okay, you know what? This actually makes more sense. So my doubt was, I thought we were sending the buffer array directly to the AWS
this is
server.
located, like I mentioned, inside the file system. And the next step is we're going to create a placeholder entry into our database.
How
Okay.
are
And the
we doing
reason
this at the same time? The same Express server is what I don't understand.
why we're doing this is we need to indicate to our to our users that we are trying to upload the video. We're trying to process everything, right? Because there's so many chunks, and in case it took a little bit of a delay, we want to make sure that the user is aware that it's still processing, right? So our next step is create the processing entry in the database. Okay, and all we're doing is I'm setting a Boolean property. That's it. So I'm setting a Boolean property to true, and I think it's called processing right now. So that's it. We're just going to set this to true, and this way when the user tries to open that video before it was uploaded and successfully processed, right, they get to see a processing kind of placeholder. The next one is we're going to initialize the AWS stuff. So essentially anything that's needed to upload to our S3 bucket. And since we have the file here, all we're going to do in the next step is just simply upload this file. So we're going to upload it to our S3 bucket. Now, while this is being uploaded to AWS, since we already have the file in here, right? We don't need to make another API request to AWS. We already have the file. So what we're going to do is we're going to start our AI sequence. So what's going to happen in here is we're first going to make a check to see if the user
Okay.
has a paid tier, right? And if they have a paid tier,
So
then only
what we're doing is basically just directly sending the shit back into that. Okay, I understand. I understand.
then will we proceed with creating all the AI related stuff, okay? But let's say they do have a paid tier in this case. So if they do, the first thing we're going to do is we will be using Whisper AI, and Whisper AI is going to take in our video and it's going to give us a transcript. And this transcript is what we can use to pretty much show inside the application. Okay, so the users can see what's being said as well. And once
One of the main reasons I'm also doing this project, I remember, is also I want to learn how the front end works. You know, how to make scalable and not scalable. Sorry, what is the word? Meaning I don't know what the word is called, but it should be adaptable to all
we have
screens.
the transcript from Whisper AI, we're going to take this transcript and we're going to leverage OpenAI. And OpenAI is going to give us a description. It's also going to give us the title for the video. So everything is handled by this AI essentially. It just does the process of understanding what the video is talking about. It creates an appropriate title and the description for the video. Now, again, the architecture was built in such a way that you can expand on this and leverage more AI features in this. Okay, we just want to give you a base template so you can pretty much use it for whatever you want. Now, there's another powerful feature, and we will be using VoiceFlow to make this work. And what VoiceFlow does is now that we have the transcript, we can use this transcript either manually or automatically, right, through code, because they do have an API, and we're going to pass in our transcript into a knowledge base. And this is why it becomes super, super powerful, because now users can ask questions from the video, ask the knowledge base agent a question, and based on the transcript data that it has for that video, it'll essentially give you a summary or an answer for your question. And this is a solution that I found to help students better understand course material from, course videos, right? Because the problem now is if there's a 2-hour course, you have to watch the entire 2-hour course to understand, or you're going to need to download the transcript. And now you can't really do anything with that transcript because if you put it into ChatGPT, it's going to scream at you because it's too big, right? You would have to create a data set and maybe custom kind of train the bots and then put all the data into that. It's very time consuming. So if you use something like VoiceFlow, you can upload all the data into the knowledge base, or you can use any AI you want for that reason. It's just this agent makes it super capable to give us relevant information or data from the transcripts. And when you store it in that knowledge base, when students ask questions, they can directly ask the course module. I love the solution, right? So yeah, that's what I thought would
Okay,
be the
this is
solution to
also
help
a
out
good
students
use
even more.
case.
And that's why I felt this solution would be great. Okay, so that's what happens during our AI process. Now let's go back up right here. And I'm just going to create point number 5, which is the AI process. I think we're probably going to be doing this asynchronously, right? And down here, we're going to update our Next.js entry, right? So we're going to make a call to Next.js and pretty much update the processing entry to done processing. So this is pretty much Next.js, right? So we're not making the API request directly from here because Next.js has access to all the credentials, right? So we're going to make a call to Next.js and we're going to update the entry. And then our final step here is we need to delete the file from file storage or from our file system. That's pretty much it. That is the entire application. So let's complete this diagram now. So what Express is going to do here is once we have all the data coming from Electron, it's going to create writable streams, right, and put it into the file system. Okay, so it's going to constantly update this and
Okay.
keep that file up to date. And once we close or stop the file, we will search for the file itself and pretty much, kind of remember where it is. Then we will create a request to Next.js to create our
Next.js.
processing entry in the database. Then we will
Okay.
initialize the process. I mean, we're also going to get a response back from Next.js, of course. So we'll get the response back saying successful, nice. And then after that, we're going to make a request to AWS and
Okay,
pretty much start
AWS. I
our
got.
AWS process to upload
Yeah.
our video, our file that we just got here, into our S3
So I
buckets.
think I'm
And
if I
once that
understand the
process is done,
architecture.
we're going to start the AI part of our application, right? So we're going to send this file directly into the AI
AI
or our
part,
AI
yeah.
process, which will leverage Whisper AI, OpenAI, and VoiceFlow. Then we're going to make another request to Next.js just to update the data inside our database from processing to completed. And then we'll quickly delete this file from here. And that's pretty much it. Now, where does CloudFront come in handy? So CloudFront is another feature inside AWS. So technically, I don't know if it's a standalone element we should mention here, but what it helps us accomplish is when our Next.js application needs to get this video from our S3 buckets, we're going to need to bypass our privacy settings. We're not really bypassing, but all we're doing is we're giving CloudFront the permissions to grab the video from AWS and stream it to our front end. So that's pretty much it. So CloudFront, all it's doing is with the help of the permissions we give it, it's going to grab the specific video by the ID from our AWS, right, from our S3 buckets. And all it's going to do is help stream that video to our Next.js application when our Next.js application requests for it. And that's pretty much it. So throughout this video, if you are ever confused or lost and you need some guidance, please reverse all the way back to this slide and watch this entire
Okay,
module
I
again because
understand
you're going to
the
understand how everything works under the hood. If you don't understand this part, nothing else will make sense. Okay, so please watch this over and over again
yeah.
until you understand the entire architecture, and only then will you move forward to the next stage. Okay, now I'm super excited to build this project already, so let's jump straight right into it. Hey guys, how's it going? Just real quick, enrollment for Prodigy's University to get lifetime access for a one-time fee has finally begun.
Hashtag
We can
ad,
we
hashtag
can let you
ad,
know that the
hashtag
last
ad,
name
hashtag
is our
ad,
product. No worries,
hashtag
you can
ad,
always
hashtag
remake
ad,
the
hashtag
now. I'm
ad,
sorry, we've joined
hashtag
Prodigy's
ad,
University
hashtag
direct
ad.
link into our Discord channel for SaaS business owners and SaaS developers. So if you ever wanted to start your SaaS or learn how to make money through your code, this is the best opportunity for you to do so because it's completely free. Now, we have provided so many resources, different ways for you to get support. The first is a Prodigy's community itself. There's so many SaaS business owners in there. They can help you and give you the guidance. And the other cool thing is you get a free coaching call from our team and yours truly every single month. Okay, we host these calls, we hang out in there, we just get to know you guys and give you the support and guidance you need to reach your goals. Okay, so just join this link so you can get assistance while you're building.
I also am going to become a GSAP god. Like that is my next objective is to like give at least 1 to 2 months of GSAP too.
Such powerful
Because I
SaaS
believe it's like one of
applications.
the
Okay,
like it's a
now let's
very powerful tool, and I think I want to invest my
move
time
on. Now,
into
the
that.
next amazing tool that we're going to be using in today's project is Cursor. Cursor is an AI-powered code editor. It knows your code base, so you can ask it questions. And so you can create documentation. You can directly yourself, and the power of AI. You can use Visual Studio Code, no problem. Now, I'm also on the free tier, so that should be fine. And I think just for this project, the free tier is more than enough. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder in here. I'm going to call it opal/web prodigies. Please use this exact naming convention. Then I'm going to drag and drop it into my cursor folder, okay, my cursor window, and that's going to open up my project. Now, we can open up the terminal, and we can use the following command to initiate a Next.js application. Now, I'm using Bun. You can use NPM. You can pretty much use whatever you want, but I'll be using Bun in this project, okay? So I'm
Oh, I also downloaded Bun for this. I remember. I do have
going
Bun
to say
too.
bunx create dash next dash app at latest space and put a period sign and hit enter. Okay, and that's going to
Bunex
install everything in this root directory. So first for
create
TypeScript, yes, yes
next
for ESLint, yes for Tailwind, yes for source,
app
yes for app
at
router,
the rate.
and we're going to do no for this, and that should do that. Awesome. And now you should have a folder structure just like this. And the next thing we're going to need is ShatCNUI. Okay, so go ahead and say bunx dash dash bun, and you can also copy it directly from ShatCNUI. If you go to the documentation page, you can
TypeScript,
copy it right from
yes.
here. Okay, so
Pause a second. Yes, and yes, 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 yes.
we're going to say latest and ShatCN at latest, and we're going to
We were saying chat CN. What is this flag? What is this? Do you explain what this is? No. By default, one expects this shebang. Okay. So it's common for package relationship to reference locally installed CLIs like v.x. These CLIs are often JavaScript files marked with a shebang to indicate that they should be executed in Node. Ooh. By default, once the shebang executes the script with Node, by how you can override this behavior with a bun flag. Uh, do I want that? You know what? Why not? Uh, bun x bun. Okay, let me go to photo. Wait, it made the project in fucking photo, bro. Nah, I need to delete this. Always fucking forget, bro. What if we have to make a backend server in the same shit? You know what? Uh, Let me actually first of all rename this photo to photo application. You know. Okay. So now we are working with this. We have everything we want, and let's start. Uh, Terminal, new terminal, and I have this.
going to say init, and I think it's saying you can use -d flag for defaults. Okay, so we're just going to do this right now, and it's going to install something for us real quick. And I'm going to select New York.
Oh, uh, oh no, neutral is good. I never use shared CN. What is shared CN? Let's see. Uh, where are the docs? Installation, Next.js. So these are components, right? Is how you build your component library. It's a set of beautiful design, accessible components, and a code distribution platform. Works with, you know how much are your library. You install the Python, you're going to use them in your app. This suppose whether they need to customize a component to fit your design system or require. Often you end up wrapping library components, writing working overriding styles, or mixing components from different libraries with incompatible APIs. It is built on the formula. The top layer of a common is open for modification. Every common uses a common composer to make it predictable. A flat file schema, AI ready, open code. Okay, so I understand it a little bit. Yeah, let's go.
And let's select neutral and yes for CSS variables. And that's pretty much it. And now if you open up your folder structure, you should find a components.json file in here, okay? So the next thing we need to do now is create the components folder. And you actually don't have to do that directly in here because we're going to use bun to just install all the components all at once. So we can say bunx --bun shadcn at latest add, and instead of button, you're just going to remove that and hit enter. Now it's going to ask you which components would you like to add, but we're going to click on A, and that's going to select
Okay, so we just what?
New York, and let's select neutral and yes for CSS variables. And that's pretty much it. And now if you open up your folder structure, you should find a components.json file in here, okay? So the next thing we need to do now is create the components folder. And you actually don't have to do that directly in here because we're going to use bun to just install all the components all at once. So we can say bunx --bun shadcn at latest add, and instead of button, you're just going to remove that and hit enter. Now it's going to ask you which components would you like to add, but we're going to click on A, and that's going to select everything, okay? So click on A on your keyboard and hit enter, and that will install all the components. Now this is going to take a while if you're not using bun, but because I'm using bun, I'm done in just a second, okay? So that's why I love shadcn UI with bun, or just using bun in
Hashtag ad, hashtag ad.
general for development. And now if everything was successful, inside your components folder, you'll find a UI folder, which will have all the components that we need for our application. Now, the next thing is please scroll to the description because all important links are going to be in the description, okay? That's going to take you exactly to the pages that you need to land on. So this is
Okay, we will also, I think, let's connect our GitHub repository. Should I connect it to my previous one or should I connect it to this one? Because even though our next application, our Express application, our Recruit applications are going to be different, right? So let me just, what I will do is I'm gonna add this previously. Yeah, let's do it here. Oh, my bad. And yeah, that's it, I guess. We have successfully connected. Ignore the error. You get this error when you have not. You have nothing in the stage. You have nothing ready to commit and you're pushing something.
is our
Right?
GitHub repository, which of course is completely free right now. But if you want to monetize it, yes, you will need to purchase a license, okay? So this is strictly only for
Completely free, but I will need to if I need to monetize, bro. Just well, it's not fucking free. It's clearly not free. Come on, bro. At least don't lie on your shit. Uh, 10K stars. He's also using a mono repo. Drizzle, not Prisma.
for educational use. A lot of time and effort went into developing this. So if you want to support the channel at the same time you want to make money and
A lot of time and effort, bitch. There's already a fucking code base available.
leverage our code and our, pretty much our snippets for your SaaS application, you can go ahead and go to webprodigies.com and you can purchase the license to monetize this code. Okay. But right now it's completely free to learn. So you can download it, test it, do whatever you want. And when you're ready, you can go grab that license. So first thing is scroll to the description,
You're
application
lying.
license. Okay. So this is strictly only for educational use. A lot of time and effort went into developing this to land on.
What? I'm gonna confront his ass. Where's the Discord, bro? You mean a free Discord community, bro? Ain't my ass finna get connections here, bro?
So this is our link, or just using Bun in general for development. And now if everything was successful, inside your components folder, you'll find a UI folder, which will have all the components that we need for our application. Now, the next thing is please scroll to the description because all important links are going to be in the description, okay? That's going to take you exactly to the pages that you need to land on. So this is our GitHub repository, which of course is completely free right now. But if you want to monetize it, yes, you will need to purchase a license.
Oh, he said right now. Fuck me.
Okay, so this is strictly only for educational use. A lot of time and effort went into developing this. So if you want to support the channel at the same time you want to make money and leverage our code and our, pretty much our snippets for your SaaS application, you can go ahead and go to webprodigies.com and you can purchase a license to monetize this code. Okay, but right now it's completely free to learn, so you can download it, test it, do whatever you want, and when you're ready, you can go grab that license.
Ooh. Show me this. Everything got rejected. What the fuck? Okay, I understand this shit. Man.
So first thing is scroll to the description, click on that link, it's going to take you here. And I want you to go into the source folder, and inside the app folder, we're going to get the CSS from here, and you're going to copy all the CSS and paste it into your CSS file. Okay, go ahead and do that, and I'm going to do it as well. Now the reason is because these are just colors, so we're not going to waste even a single second just talking over each and every single thing, every single style here. But basically, we just used Shatsian's colors, and we just pasted it in here, right? So you can get it from Shatsian right in here. So if you go to the let me search if I can find it. Okay, it's called theming. If you click on theming, or themes actually, you can find everything in here. So you can customize, select whatever color you want. I think we picked neutral and we selected dark mode, and then we hit copy code and it gave us all the code we needed. Okay, so you can do something similar. And
Oh. So you're telling me that I just need to go to let me take a look at my code base here. See, I think in my app, Google's or CSS. What is theme and line? These are just using whoa. In my root, there is some sort of a whoa. But okay, so I need to modify this, right? Because I'm not using this. If I go to theme, my themes. Also, apologies if like okay, default. I think I'm using default. Hmm. Let me take a look once again. Sorry.
themes actually, you can find everything in here. So you can customize.
Okay, so themes, browse themes. I don't know if I can customize, but I can copy this code, I guess. Yeah, this. Let me change the. So this is the current color scheming, right? So I have to change this. Alright, so I've changed it. Let's go. Let's go. Who the fuck trying to know it? My butt.
Select whatever color you want. I think we picked neutral and we selected dark mode and then we hit copy code and it gave us all the code we needed. Okay, so you can do something similar and that way you save time. You see, we are pretty much using the same colors here. Okay, so this can help you create custom themes for your application. Now, the other things that we have down here first is we're setting a default background color and we're also applying the border color to our layers as well.
So let me take a look at this. Apply BG background, text 4 background, and apply border,
Okay, so
whatever.
everything is going to have border, which is border, the new color we used. And then for body, we're going to send the background right here and text foreground. I think
Let
this
me
stuff
actually take a look at what we have right now. Open up. Yeah.
stuff also comes with Tailwind, so you shouldn't worry about that. But the other thing that we added are these custom classes at the bottom. Okay, the first one is the fade layer. So you can essentially create a really cool fade effect on the right side, left side, or bottom and top corners of your images or div elements. So it looks like it's fading off into, it's just fading all the elements, right? And this simple line of CSS can actually do it. I remember in the last video, I used like a div and then
Ooh, a fade layer. What is mask image? The mask property says the image that is used as a mask layer for an element. It says the image that is supposed to be used as a mask layer of an element. Hiding sectional element of which the masking is set based on alpha element. Now the mask property value is. Bro, can you all not show me a fucking example? There has to be a YouTube video of this. I know it's too many details, but as I told you, 1 hour for each of this shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for this guy. Kevin has been my go-to for
Maybe you have a background image that it doesn't really look great, but it would be really cool if you could just fade it out a little bit. Or you have a nice big image.
What the fuck?
Maybe you have a background image that it doesn't really look great, but it would be really cool
Oh,
if you
my
could just
dad is
fade
going
it out a little
very
bit.
bad.
Or you have a nice big image next to some text, but it's missing some pizzazz, something to make it a little bit more
What the
interesting.
fuck is this?
And you'd love to give it an interesting shape. The last thing you want to do though is to go into some image editing software to be able to do something like this. And luckily, because it's really easy to do, if you want to change the shape, it just takes a couple of seconds and you can switch it to whatever you want it to be.
Oh, I understand what a mask is.
And
Okay,
why
I
don't
get
we
it
do
right.
that by jumping right into the code and getting started with this first example that we have right here.
I used to be a designer, so like half like I used to like masks were so versatile. I don't know why, but I remember I started to use masks for every fucking thing
And
possible.
you'll notice I do have my H1 here, my really interesting title. And then we have an image that is underneath that, and it is an image and not a background image. And the reason for that is we're going to be using the mask image property to do the magic that we're going to be doing in this video. And as you can tell, I have styled my heading a little bit here. So if we jump over to my CSS, you'll notice that there is some styling here, but it's really nothing too fancy. Now let's not worry about the positioning of stuff yet. We'll get the mask on the image first, and then we're going to worry about how we can get it to go behind the text. So the property that we're going to be using is called mask image. And mask image is a lot like your background image in that you can pass it a URL and give it an actual image. We're going to look at that for those like paint blobbies and different shapes that we can do. But just like a background image, you can also give it a linear gradient. Now, if I did something like red, blue, it's not actually going to do anything. And actually, because we are in Chrome here and I'm not running anything with auto prefixer, it's not going to do anything anyway because we do need to actually prefix this still for Chromium. But we can see that nothing's happening with my red and blue there. So what we'll do is we're actually going to select this, and I'm just going to push Command D on my keyboard, which will select the same thing in both
What
places.
the fuck did you just say?
We'll get the mask on the image, your background image, in that you can pass it a URL and give it an actual image. We're going to look at that for those like paint blobbies and different shapes that we can do. But just like a background image, you can also give it a linear gradient. Now, if I did something like red, blue, it's not actually going to do anything. And actually, because we are in Chrome here and I'm not running anything with auto prefixer, it's not going to do anything anyway because we do need to actually prefix this still for Chromium. But we can see that nothing's happening with my red and blue there. So what we'll do is we're actually going to select this, and I'm just going to push Command D on my keyboard, which will select the same thing in both places. And what I'm going to do is black, comma, transparent. So now we have a
Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Oh my! How the fuck didn't I know this? What the fuck?
gradient that's going from black to transparent, and you can see that actually did impact my image, and my image is now fading away.
Ooh. Okay, so what I understand is that he made a gradient on top of this, where it's going from black to transparent. Now, what does that matter, right? It's starting from black, bottom down, and it's fading to transparent.
Now, the way mask image works is based on alpha channels. So you do have to play with your alpha value. An alpha value of 0 means it's faded to nothing. And if it has a full alpha, like black does, then it's going to be completely there. So like I could replace both of these with red and it wouldn't actually change anything. Part of the spec does let you actually change it from being an alpha to luminance, but that is also not supported in Chrome. So we can't play around with that yet unless you really don't worry about browser support. And based on the comments of my videos, when I do talk about things where browser support isn't perfect, you guys really do care about browser support. Now, there are different ways we could stack things. You could use grid. In this case, because I want my image to be outside of the container, I'm going to use position absolute. So because I know my image is going to be position absolute, I want to make sure that I have a position relative on my .hero so that when I do it, everything is contained within this area and my hero is my containing block. Then on the image itself, we can position it, and it sort of works, but you can see things are a little bit broken. To help fix this, we can give it a width and a height, but that of course stretches my image. So we can add the object fit of cover to make sure that it actually fits in that space properly. Now, one issue is the text has gotten kind of funky, and that's because the image is actually on top of my text. So I have two different choices. We could go back to my HTML and switch the order of them so the text is now on top of the image, or going back to the CSS, you could give a position of relative and a Z index to your text to pull it in front of the image that was position absolute. So one way we could improve upon that is by actually providing different alpha values as we go along. So you're starting at 100%, you're dropping to 30, and then you're moving down to 0. Or we could keep the middle value at
I just scratched my ass.
50%, but use a gradient stop. So here I could say it's actually at 30%, and I can move where that 50% is. If I want to be further down, I could put it to 70% and pull it down. We could change that over to a 10% and start it up really high. And of course, you could even start it at below 0 for your first stop if you want as well.
These are positioning, so it's like how a gradient works. The first, so every one of them is black, but at the top there's 0% mask. Like what? How does mask work? Mask works. Okay, let's suppose you put a mask on your face. I'm dying, boys. You know, how do we fix this shit? So how a mask works, right? Um, is you provide something, right? You provide values. Let's suppose you cover your face, and the only things that appear is out of your eyes, right? This is what we're doing. It's covering the face, but saying that hey, at the bottom keep an opacity of 1, then till 30% keep 0.5, and then till 0 there should be nothing. So it's like I'm having a mask. What the fuck? This is leaking some sort of a liquid.
It looks good like this, so I'm going to leave it just like that. Make sure your text does stay readable. And then let's jump on over to example 2, where we want to do something more interesting with this image. Once again, we just have a regular image there. In this case, it has the class of hero image on it. And what we can do here is you just basically need to find an SVG, and you can just Google up your SVGs for like the shape you want. Just make sure that they're like public domain or they have no copyright on them or whatever. So you can grab the SVGs that you want, and you should be able to use these types of SVGs as these different masks. So here, let's just do the WebKit version of this, and then we'll duplicate it after. And there are a few other things that we will have to do to get this to work as well. Because when we do the mask image like this, and this time, instead of a linear gradient, we will give it a URL, just like a background image. Now I have an SVG called paintmask.svg. I've put that on there, and you can see it's a little bit problematic because my SVG is actually too big. Luckily, we do have mask size, and you can do cover on this, though it's not going to quite work. Or look, it actually did work in this situation, but it is possible this ends up cropping your image the same way that a background size cover can crop your image a little bit, or an object fit can crop your image. And I'm just going to change the size of my container here so we can actually see what's going to be happening. Now it's a little bit hard to tell, but if you look at the bottom here, it is actually repeating itself. And let's just come on here and actually say that the height is going to be 100 bh. And there we go. We can see now that by doing that, you can see the image is actually repeating itself. Or actually what I should be saying is my very large image now has the mask repeating itself. So just like background images, we do have our image mask repeat, and we can say no repeat on that. And now it no longer repeats itself, even though my image is really big. And of course, you could even come on here and do a WebKit mask position. So I could say center and center it, or I could say bottom and move it down to the bottom, etc. Now, this is a little bit silly because we don't really want a height of 100 on there, but we could set something up like that to actually get it to show up. And as I said, the nice thing with this is then if you have different shapes or different things, you just have different SVGs, you can just experiment, play around with it, get a whole bunch of interesting things going on here. But there's another thing that you wouldn't want to use that for, and that would be getting the image inside of text, which is another really interesting effect. But there is a different method you want to do, because if you're using an SVG, that text won't be selectable, screen readers can't read it, Google can't read it for SEO and all of that. So if you'd like to know a solution on how to do that, I have a video right here for reviewing.
Put it to the left side and then put another div on the right side to create a.
So let me just look at one thing, right? Mask image CSS. Let's close all of this. We don't need you. 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 Um, Wait, isn't that more like a linear gradient thing though? Yeah, I think I will need to study linear gradient too. Let me just study that. I just have a doubt that I want to clear. I'm not going to like invest my time into this more. It's the fact that what do this mean? Like a color, then what? What the fuck? Yeah, I think I will just go on instinct, right?
fade effect, but this is all you need to do, and that will do it for you. Okay, so this
Okay, so I understand this now. We can add a fade layer, mask image, right? It's going to be a linear gradient, right? To top, so starting on the top, RGBA 0, 0, 0, and also an alpha value and also an alpha value too. Not really. Uh, RGBA 0, 0, 0, 1, much blacker. Um, 20%, meaning 20% में इतना RGBA of 0. I think this has to be 1, 2, I guess, right? Would make more sense since you're going for an effect like this. And RGBA 0, 0, 0, and this has to be 0, right? Yeah. Excuse me. Then I have a fade layer to the side. Okay. How do we want to do this actually? Linear gradient to left. Uh, oh, shoddy bad. 0, 0, 0 to 0, 0, 1, only 20%. Got you. Yeah, we just copy this.
This is that class right here. And then we have another mask image, which is very similar, but this is for an image, but it's on the side. Okay, so instead of to top, it's to left. Okay, we're going to remove two variables, and that's pretty much it. And for radial, this is basically where we're having sort of a gradient color for a text color, for a text, for a piece of text on our UI. Okay, just some additional styling. You don't have to care, but I'm just explaining so you're not confused where we got some.
Damn. Makes sense. So these are all just gradients. This is all just front end stuff. Why not? Um, we are going to be completing our first star in like 7 minutes. So yeah, background image, radial gradient, ellipse. Uh, put on some music. Farthest side, an RGBA of 5, 32, 221. What are these values? What are these values? I'm enjoying this so much, bro. Okay, so what is this? This is another snippet gradient. The thing is, right? I'll just look into what these are
random
when I do
style
this, but I
random class names
kind of
from, okay?
understand what
And
is
then finally, we
happening.
have another gradients down here, which is to bottom, okay? That's pretty much it. The next thing is you're going to open up your folder structure. You're going to scroll down to Tailwind config. And this is basically a way to tell Tailwind CSS about new class names or new colors you would like to create. And if you take a look at our Figma design, which we created in great detail, you can see all the, the states and what we did for the colors and stuff like that. We also have custom components that we used for this application, of course. So this helped us design the application very quickly and also have a standard, right? Like a standard set of colors and globals for our application, like font styling and colors for the fonts and stuff like that. Okay, so if you want to grab this as well, we are now giving away all the Figma designs. There's a link in the description, so you can grab it from there as well. Okay, so first thing is we're going to go and grab all these colors from our Tailwind config file, and I just wanted to show you the Figma design because we did
My design,
to go and grab all these colors from our Tailwind config.
man, I still don't know like how the shit works. Like the way of doing shit. Let me see if they do have the Figma link. They don't. Actually, do. What the fuck? Uh, Figma Opal Web App. I think this should be it. What is Opal? Never mind. What the fuck is this?
Config file, and I just wanted
So let me take a look at my own config file. Why did I switch streaming to YouTube? I see. The thing is, right? I would normally stream on Twitch. The reason for this switch was that I also get to record videos. I wanted to record this progress, and I don't want my recordings to be on Twitch. Um, okay, so there's something bad. So there's a file called tailwind config file, and I do not see that file at the fuck all. Where is the tailwind config file? Okay, so under the new version, they don't have a config file. Okay, so this is kind of tough to understand. So I don't have a tailwind config file, I understand that. So, oh wait, I saw these files in my global.css, didn't I? Yeah, here they are. So like foreground, is there secondary values here? No, there isn't. Yeah, there is color secondary. Color secondary. There are values
to show you the Figma design because we did create some custom colors like the border and some other elements inside our design. So you see we have some custom colors here, right? So we just need to add those colors into our Tailwind config file. And once you copy that from the GitHub repository, you can replace everything inside your Tailwind config file. Now there's one problem here, and the problem is for some reason, Shatsy and UI did not replace something here. I don't know what exactly is going on. I think it's something to do right here. So let me see if I can fix this. So because we're using Cursor AI, we might be able to leverage the AI to fix it directly in here. So I'm going to click on this and we're going to take a look at what it says. Okay, now, of course, I know the solution and I know why this error happened, but if you do not know what's going on, then this can be a really powerful tool. This is why anyone can build web applications now. You don't even need to know code because Cursor AI can help you build everything. So there's absolutely no excuse for you not to own a SaaS company. So I'm going to go ahead and click on accept, and that should import whatever I need up top right here. And you can go ahead and accept this. All right, awesome. That's it. And it made the change for me, so I'm not going to have that error anymore. And for those of you who don't know what the error was, it was because we were using the CommonJS syntax to import a module.
So I'm gonna just assume that this is what they wanted, right? This is
here, okay? But we were supposed to use the ES module syntax, which is import, right? I think it's already an old story. I probably shouldn't be explaining this, but yeah, that's it. That was the answer here, and we just had to change that, and that fixed our problem. The next thing you're going to do is go into your .gitignore right here, scroll down, and you're going to say .env. And now we're going to go into the GitHub again, and you're going to copy the .env.example file in the root directory, okay? And in here, you're going to create that environment file.
Also, for my new project, I'm thinking of creating an MCP server for CAD softwares, right? A fully fledged MCP server for CAD softwares. I think that's going to be a revolution.
And you can now paste all of these variables directly in here. Now, the next thing we're going to need for our application is a powerful database. And today, we're going to be using root directory, okay?
Okay, so in my gitignore, there has to be a .env. I think this means that it will ignore all the .env files itself.
And in here, you're going to create that environment file, and you can now paste all of these variables directly in here. Now, the next thing we're going to need for our application is a powerful database. And today, we're going to be using Neon. Neon is a cloud-based Postgres database. It offers autonomous scaling where you don't have to do a single thing, and your database will automatically scale based on the traffic that your application generates. And they also have some advanced branching features, so you can create CI/CD pipelines, and you can keep track of changes that are made to the database schema. Super powerful stuff here. And we need to support this company, guys, because they're supporting us as well. And the best part is they have a completely free tier that you can use to get started with your projects, unlike other database providers where you need to give a...
So the thing is, I did watch this tutorial until like 1 or 20 minutes. Until then, shit started to break, so I just gave up. I'm starting this again. But yeah, let's log in. And I do have my shit. How is there 32 MB of fucking storage in here, bro? What the fuck? A 0.03 GB. I don't know where the fuck you're getting the storage from, bro. I know nothing about this shit. Oh. Copy snippet.
Credit card, Neon does not require this. So if you are just getting started with your SaaS application, this is the best way to do so. So if you click on the link in the description, it's going to take you directly to this page. And if it doesn't, all you have to do is log in and then go into your root dashboard. Okay. And then in here, go ahead and put the project name and please call it Opal-Web-Prodigies. And down here for the database itself. So this is the project. This is the database name. Okay. Just going to call it Opal. And you don't have to set up anything else. Just go ahead and click on create project. And that's it. You can go into your .environment file and you can paste your Postgres link just like this and check it out. I think it already gave me something. Oh, that's weird. I think it's trying to autofill it for us, but I think it's looking at other...
Yeah, so I don't know if I have to hide this, right? I don't really care, to be honest, bro. It's like no one's watching this. What the fuck will you do with my database URL anyways, bro? You know what? Since you're saying it like this, I'm gonna just do this.
Other stuff and kind of giving us placeholders. But yeah, that's it. So I just copied the key from here and I just pasted it inside my code base. Now that we have our database set up, we need a way to communicate with the database. And the best way to do this is using Prisma. So go ahead and say bun x or bun add. I think this is the command. Sorry about that. So say bun add Prisma and go ahead and hit enter. And next, we're going to need a way to handle users in our application. So we'll be using clerk authentication. Enter. And next, we're going to need a bun add. I think this is the command. Sorry about that. So say bun add Prisma and go ahead and hit enter. And
Oh, I hope the Prisma is different. Yeah. Using Prisma as a son, I still remember.
next, we're going to need a way to
Prisma
handle
gave me
users
such
in our
a
application.
huge fucking
So we'll
bug.
be using clerk authentication. So go ahead, scroll to the bottom and click the link in the description. That's going to take you to this exact page, and then you can go right into your
Yeah,
dashboard.
so I
If
think
you have
already have clerk. As I told you, I already done a part of this.
already used clerk, you can essentially click on your organization, and then you can click on create application right here. And again, I'm just going to call this Opal Web Prodigies, just like how we did on other platforms as well. And I'm going to turn off email because we only need Google authentication for this project. And go ahead and click on create application, and that's pretty much it. Now, clerk immediately tells you exactly what you need, okay? So that's why this really helps when you are a developer and you don't want to care about stuff like authentication in your application, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to say bun add and paste this command and hit enter, and I'm going to copy my environment variables. I'm going to go into my .env file, and when I find the clerk publishable key right here, I'm going to replace this with the following keys that I just got.
Yeah, so what do we have to do? We have to do this. So this is how you get clerk. So right now we are also learning how to do clerk. So the first step you have to do is then in your env file you have to set the keys up. Uh, right. Oh, it's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter
Next, you want to copy
jelly
the
time.
middleware.typescript file, and I'm going to open up my folder structure. And in the root of my folder, which is inside the source folder, I'm going to create a middleware.typescript file. And inside this, I'm going to paste whatever I just copied from Clerk Authentication. Next, we're going to make a quick upgrade to this.
Okay, so copy this in my source folder, middleware.ts. This.
We're going to say const is protected routes, and we're going to set it equal to the create route matcher, which comes from Clerk Authentication. And we're going to invoke this and pass in an array. And this array is essentially all the paths that you want to validate against. Okay, so you see how Cursor AI is already giving.
So like, I think how clerk is working. Yeah, he is the this. Let's take a look at this for some second. This create a middleware TS. If you're not using the root directory, you will export the clerk helper. That is by default will not protect any routes. All routes are public and you must opt in particular routes. See the clerk middleware reference to learn. Yeah, this is the clerk middleware helper integrates both app and pages router. Is a clerk helper function that allows you to run multiple routes. So it accepts an array of routes and checks if the route the user is trying to then matches with another route passed to it. The paths provided to this are again in the same format as the paths provided in the next middleware matcher. Helps return a function that if with the request object from another return true, the return access to the route that matches with the route passed to the create route matcher. So yeah, see, I understand this, but for what purpose? Like I know what create router does. Oh, return true if these are those bar. Yeah, you can provide routes based to the method. If you want to redirect unfamiliar users to the standard route automatically, or if you want more control over that based on the authentication status. So we take this, we do this, and if my if my if my is provided route, a passing request object, I check if it matches, and then I await auto protect. It lets you go if you're saddened. If you're not, then this. Okay. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with small batches, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with small batches, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. What does this do? If you want it does not have the rule for a permission, and has if you're more over that base, acha, then has permission or has permission this. Alright, understand. Understand it now. Oh wow, that's one way. But you also need to do this. And it will always keep redirecting you. It's gonna be a loop. Alright, we understand it now, boys. Oh wow, I like the scrolling animation a lot. I think has this been done through GSAP? Yeah, you know what? I think it's done through GSAP. Wait a second, that's padding, right? Nonetheless, very impressive. This is the shit we want to learn, you know.
giving you a bunch of stuff, but we already did it here, so it knows exactly what to put, but we don't need it. So we're going to use some custom stuff, right? So in here, I'm going to hit enter, and the first thing I'm going to put is the following. So I'm going to say slash dashboard, open these parentheses, say dot and star. So everything after this is technically a protected route. And then we have the API, so slash API slash payment. And finally, our next route is anything after payment as well, okay? And you want to move this right above the clerk middleware. And now in here, you're going to get access to a callback. So we're going to get this right here. And we're going to destructure auth and request. And this is going to be an async callback function. So let's get that as well. And now we have to say if.
Yeah. Not really. I think one of the most the thing is that the reason people can get stuck in a tutorial is I am in a tutorial hell, but is instead of like the thing is like when I do these tutorials, I'm not learning things. Right? I'm not tomorrow if I do this and tomorrow it will be now reconstruct what you did. I will not be able to do so, right? But given some time, given an access to the docs, I can bet my ass I'll be able to do this, and that is my only thing that I'm going for, right? I'm not going like that this is a very common misconception with people, right? And here's the thing, I know I'm not like learning much from this because I know for a fact how much I fucking learned when I did that what do we say when I recreated Photoville by myself. You know how much I got to learn there. That was good. Not this.
If protected, we're going to pass in the request, and then we're going to say auth.protect. So you see how it's giving us everything. So I don't have to do a lot of stuff, right? So right here, of course, we don't need the URL. We're just going to say if is protected for request. Then in here, we're going to say auth like this. We're going to invoke it, and we're going to get protect from this and invoke that as well. Okay, so it looks like I made an error. Let's just quickly fix that with Cursor AI. All right, awesome. And now I'm going to
Didn't this guy say to await this? What the fuck? Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's do an important modification here. Well, the thing is, like, then why would you even call in async if you're not gonna call in await? It doesn't make sense. Yes, you're telling the thing that hey, this is an async request, but yeah.
open up my folder structure. I'm going to go into app right here, and you're going to find a layouts page. And in this page, we're going to do a bunch of setup for our application. So the first thing is we don't need all this stuff here. I don't really need why I don't know why this is here. So I'm going to remove this. And for metadata, I'm going to pass an opal, and I'm going to say shared AI powered videos with your friends.
Uh, let's go to app. Let's go to layout. Let's remove this, and then photo. Uh, share stream and save AI powered with bro.
Okay, awesome. So they were using another font, and we're not going to be using that, and that's why we had that issue, right? We deleted that. So we have to create our own. So to create a font, we have to say const menrope equal to menrope like this, and you want to invoke it. And I'm just using Cursor AI, so it's giving me all the autofill. And of course, you need to import this as well. And of course, Cursor AI can help you with that as well, right? So once that's done importing, you have to
Yeah,
provide these
one of the
subsets.
best things about using Next is this fucking font shit, bro. Like I fucking love this. Like, oh, you want a font from Google? Just do this. That's it. That's all you had to do. How do we do that? Okay, so we do this is equal to man row, right? Variable. How do we
So
do
we're going to say
this?
subsets Latin just like this. Now you want to go down here, and you're going to change this to body tag, and you're going to pass in menrope like this dot class name, and you're going to set the background to this following style. Okay, this exact color, and then you're just going to render out all the.
Okay, so let me flick you with the sticky man rope dot class name showing me an error. Oh, and then a custom defined BG because fuck it. What is it? 1717.
Children inside this. Now, Clerk tells us to put the Clerk provider around this application. So I'm going to grab the Clerk provider as well, and let's quickly import it. And I'm going to wrap my entire application inside this provider. Next, I'm going to go into.
Okay, so now we wrap this. What was the reason? What was this called? What was this concept called? I forgot. Shit. Yeah, isn't this it wasn't this like passing an auth? That's the reason. The context, right? That's why we do this. We didn't mention this.
ShatCN because I need to also wire up themes into my application, right? This is only if you need it. It's not really a compulsion, but I'm going to do it right now so that way you guys can. Clerk tells us to put the clerk provider around this application. So I'm going to grab the clerk provider as well, and let's quickly import it. And I'm going to wrap my entire application inside this provider. Next, I'm going to go into ShatCN because I need to also wire up themes into my application, right? This is only if you need it. It's not really a compulsion. But I'm going to do it right now so that way you guys can set it up if you want, right? So open up the, let me open this like this so you guys can see. So I'm going to go into documentation and I'm going to click on theming. Actually, sorry guys, click on dark mode. I wish they actually put this under theming. It doesn't make any sense to have it separately, but I'm going to click on the Next.js. I'm going to copy this command in bun.
Okay, docs, theming, dark mode, Next.js. Why? What are we doing?
And I'm going to open up the terminal. I'm going to paste that and hit enter. And that's going to install. I wish they actually put this under theming. It doesn't make any sense to have it separately, but I'm going to click on the Next.js. I'm going to copy this command in bun, and I'm going to open up the terminal. I'm going to paste that
Bun add next themes.
and hit enter, and that's going to install next themes for us. Okay, so now you want to copy this component they're telling you to copy here. This is a provider. Okay, and this provider is used by ShatCN to essentially change the themes or the class names. Okay, so it's basically wired up with Tailwind. So go into your folder structure, and inside the components folder, we're just going to create a theme like this, and inside that, an index.tsx.
Okay, so what are we doing? The theme provider. Okay. Oh, so does it toggle my shit? Oh. Uh, who are you? Blick you with the sticky. You're not gonna sleep, boys. No, here's the thing, right? With a 10-hour stream like this, it's also important for us to take walks.
And all we're going to do is just paste whatever we just copied in.
Okay, so what did you do?
Is a provider, okay? And this provider is used by ShatCN to essentially change the themes or the class names, okay? So it's basically wired up with Tailwind. So go into your folder structure, and inside the components folder, we're just going to create a theme like this, and inside that, an index.tsx. And all we're going to do is
Okay, fair. Components, new folders should be called theme, new file, index.tsx, then this, right?
is just paste whatever we just copied inside this file. So you see, it's just wrapping the theme provider and it's passing all the children elements inside it. So that way we can control the theme of the application. Okay. So let's go back to the root file, which is our root layout.tsx. And now after the body tag right here, so before the children elements, we're just going to hit enter and we're going to wrap this theme provider that we just created. Okay. So let me move this up top right here and also import the component/themes component.
Okay, so just before this. Oh man. Oh my fucking god, what the fuck is this? Yo, wait, and if you study about JS, like, you will understand why I'm so happy seeing this. I didn't know this actually.
And put the children component inside the theme provider itself. Okay, so now I think it's a good time to open up our terminal and say bun run dev. And now I'm going to open up localhost. I remember someone asked me this question and I was so confused. But guys, you need to first make a request to the server to get something, correct? So you have to look up localhost in order to see what you want, okay? Which is see your application first. So by default, I remember in one of our past projects, I taught you guys how to use a localhost in HTTPS. That's why it's defaulting to HTTPS. But I'm just going to use HTTP right here, and that should open up everything. Now, of course, it's going to look like this because we've hard coded some stuff, but don't worry, we're going to fix this real quick. So now I'm going to go into the page.ts.
An issue. What if I do this? Okay, never mind. We shall not do this.
TSX file, which is right here. And I'm simply just going to remove everything from here except for this main. Okay, so remove everything because we've hard coded some stuff, but don't worry, we're going to fix this. For past projects, I taught you guys how to use a localhost in HTTPS. That's why it's defaulting to HTTPS, but I'm just going to use HTTP right here, and that should open up everything. Now, of course, it's going to look like this because we've hard coded some stuff, but don't worry, we're going to fix this real quick. So now I'm going to go into the page.
Well, I'm gonna just ignore that. It's still an issue, right? Hydration failed using line. I think this is more of an optimization issue, so I'm just gonna ignore it.
.tsx file, which is right.
Oh, all right. Also, we have completed our first star. So I'm gonna take a little bit of walk. Uh, you know, it's important. Uh, was it this? Was that not coconut mall? That was not coconut mall. Alright, guys, listen to this. Oh, fuck. Let me see if I could find that in my recommended. Yeah. I'm gonna take a little bit. Bro, I don't give a fuck. Oh. Make us white, bitch. Alright, boys. Let's baby come back. Alright, boys. That was it for the break. Uh, yeah.
right here, and I'm simply just going to remove everything from here except for this main, okay? So remove everything, keep the main, also remove this footer, and I don't even need the class name, so I'm going to remove that one as well. And as you can see, I'm rendering the
Okay, so he says to go to the page.tsx. So my layer.tsx is handling everything, passing down everything, right? Yeah. It's also handling the root layout. So all I need to do is just I just need to have main on my shit, right? So let's remove footer. Let's remove this, and let's remove this, and let's remove everything one by one. Oh wait, didn't we? Who gives a fuck? Alright, so we are working with this now, right?
root page.tsx, right? But now I want to create a better folder structure because right now this page.tsx does not tell other developers what it does. Of course, it's the root page, but we'd like to give more structure and meaning to our code base. So I'm going to create a route group here called website.
Why don't I have a fucking fonts folder, bro? What the fuck?
And inside this, I'm going to create our page.tsx. You can just drag and drop it in here and say move. Okay.
Okay, so I actually have a doubt, right? This is page-based routing. So in my app, let's create a new folder. Let's call it website. We are doing this.
Okay, and you can also update all the imports. So
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna switch to cursor, to be honest. Let's save this. Let's commit all of this. Git add. Oh, wait. So this is. Oh, wait. Does this make a Git repository for me? Are you telling me that? New terminal. Oh, it already. Uh, basic folder structure. Basic init. Okay, so clerk init. Basic init. Okay, these are just commits, to be honest. What I want to do is simply enough switch to cursor now, because honestly, bro, like I get the shit of doing this shit, but if I can work with better shit, I will rather do that shit, you know. So I'm gonna open up cursor. It's opening right now. Wait a second, my mate has arrived. Update my cursor. Yeah, I'm also switching to cursor. Like, bro, it updates all my imports for me. Why would I not do that? Until then, actually, I want to learn Next.js naming folders with parenthesis. Oh, yeah. So my instinct was correct. So these are, but the meaning they won't, it won't route this to this. Meaning I won't have a slash mark it. It just helps me organize. Got you. Oh, now you have a Jupyter Notebook support, you actual fucking bitch ass. Um, Let me do one thing before let this download. Catch all route segment root. Is it route? Is it root? Group routes or routes without affecting this. Uh, favicon, fab icon, favorite icon. Yeah, there is such a huge learning curve to Next.js. I'm going to be honest. I would like to say this. My resume has achieved an ATS score of 85. This is good. Uh, Wait, it is in the projects called Futo application. Okay, and that is how you do it, boys. Bro, they just received a fucking funding of 900 fucking million, bro. Like, that is fucking wild. Almost to a billion. And the thing is, right, this is not like any other AI applications. This is something that's going to be like something in people's daily lives. They're going to open this for like the rest of their lives, you know? Oh, I didn't update all the imports, bro.
Say always like this. Hey guys, how's it going? This is Perrin here from the future. So in this section of the video, we
Okay, I've
essentially
already
skipped
seen
the landing
this.
page because I received a lot of feedback from you guys saying you want to focus on more important aspects of the project. So for that reason, I also want to show you how you can, not spend too much time and still build using ChatGPT. Is run a file
Already seen
pointer.
this. I
You
already
do
done this actually. It
this
isn't that
is
good.
do on this one right here, and then you're going to focus, right? Is this
What did
because so I'm
log?
going to go back to our website. You can choose reasons because you log into the app SX, which is a website. Awesome. Hopefully you loved this AI feature
Like,
because I think this is really cool. Inside our website page, we're
so
also going to create another layout.tsx, just like this. And this layout.tsx is going to wrap our page.
another layout.tsx.
.tsx, which is a website right here. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to return a component. So I'm just going to use the snippets, and I'm going to call this layout component.
How do you do that?
Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to return a component. So I'm just going to use the
Oh wow. What the fuck is this, bro?
snippets, and I'm going to call this layout component. And
Wow.
in here, I'm going to grab the children. So I'm going to say children from react.react node. And down here,
Okay, so
I'm going to destructure and grab the children elements as well. And here you can learn from react.react node. And down here, I'm going to destructure and
children of type
grab the children
props.
elements as well. And here you can see it says layout. This is exactly what we want.
Okay, so we're gonna have a children, which is going to be this. Then in my props, which is fine. I'm gonna destructure this. We're gonna have a children, and I'm gonna layout here.
But now I'm going to create a div, say flex dash column, py of 10, padding x of 10. From extra large devices, we'll set padding x to 0, and we'll add our container class in here. And now we can pass in our children components inside this. And in our
Um, let's open this application. What do you mean view and fucking whoa, bro? We also have to do a small Rust project, if I want to be honest, soon. Uh, okay, so oh damn, team order to do it all. Fuck it, bro. Yeah, do it. Um, getting a new error, boy. Yeah, so you do the same shit again. Wow. See, this is my experience with using AI, right? Every time I fucking use AI, it gives me this shit. Yeah, so I know what things that he did. So basically, my theme provider was outside my body, but inside my body, but I wrapped it outside my body, right? Also have a head here. Three more issues. Four issues. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be honest, right? Um, let's just stick with what I did. Yeah. Um, now, now we shouldn't be having. We still have four issues. What the fuck? I just modified this, bro. We're clerk provider inside HTML. Then we have a theme provider. And then let me kind of recompile this. Still there are 4 fucking issues, bro. What I don't understand is why this motherfucker getting a white background, bro. Like,
page.tsx, I'm just going to call this a page so I can padding x of 10 from extra large. I'm going to create a div, say flex dash column, py of 10, padding x of 10. From extra large devices, we'll set padding x to 0, and we'll add our container class in here. And now we can pass in our children components in.
what does he want? A padding y of 10, a padding x of 10. Why didn't he just use, you know, I'm gonna call it container.
Inside this. And in our page.tsx, I'm just going to call this a page so I can see what's going on.
In my page.dsm, I'm just gonna call this a page. Now let's fix all the issues that we might be facing, right? Let's see. Um, let's see on one. What the fuck is happening, bro? Okay, it's showing 4 issues. Let's now fix these issues. This is why I said 1 hour for each thing. Um, what does this error mean? Okay, we are facing many problems, many problems. Let's just ask this guy, I guess. I am facing 4 issues. Let me just no, let's just accept all. Let's reload and let's see we still have the issues. We still have the issues, that's fine. And the main issue is also the fact that I cannot see anything on this page. Oh, there is actually. Oh fuck. Um, let me see. Okay, so I don't really understand the issue that we are facing right now, but so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stick with what this guy did, and then fucking let's see what happens.
This is exactly what we want. But now I'm going to create a div, say flex pro, and we'll add our container class in here. And now we can pass in our children components inside this. And in our page.tsx, I'm just going to call this a page so I can see what's going on. All right, awesome. There we go. Now the first component we're going to create in here is called landing page nav page. So I can
Okay,
way to do
before I
it.
do
Okay. Now
any
of
of
course,
this,
it. Okay.
take me
Right away.
back to
Okay. To go ahead and do
California.
that as well, and then make sure you click on all the other websites. Name it, or you create a page is complete. Does not tell other. And I'm simply just going to remove everything localhost in order to see what you want and say bun run.
Okay.
Up.
So first of all, let's go to layout.tsx. Right. The clerk provider engulfs everything. Right. Everything. Now HTML, let's handle your ass.
Up top right here, and also import the component slash themes component and put the children component inside the theme provider itself. Okay.
Now, my theme provider envelopes is inside the body component actually. Let's close this down. Yeah. So this is what my code is supposed to look like. And let's ignore all the warnings for now, right? So I have a clerk provider. Inside my clerk provider, I have a HTML body, my theme provider as well, and children. What does enable system do? The thing is, I don't really understand what these are. Um, theme provider chat CN. Okay, so you get children, you get all the other props, and you just wrap them inside this. Oh wow! Wow, all I had to do was read the docs and see that I did not have to face the issue in the first place. Fuck me. Should I have wrapped this in a fragment too? Yeah, bro. Fucking retarded shit. Okay. Now things are working. All I had to do was suppress the fucking warning. Let's return back.
Okay, so now I think it's a good time to open up our frame. Okay, so click on this one right here to a tab and fill in. We're just going to have a nav. I'm going to grab a flex out. Our page.tsx, I'm just going to call this a page so I can see what's going on. All right, awesome. There we go. Now the first component we're going to create.
Also, padding is not working. Or maybe it's an extra large screen. Oh, it is an extra large screen. Oh, so padding is working. Oh, there's a padding of Y. Fucking hell.
In here is called landing page navbar, just like this. Okay, so open up your folder structure. You're going to create another folder in here called components, and inside this you're going to create the navbar.tsx.
Okay. New folder, components. And inside this, we're gonna create a new folder, a new new file called navbar.txs.
folder structure, you're going to create
A landing page navbar. Now I know it's kind of a pussy move for me to like copy each and everything, but fuck you. Fuck you. Landing page navbar. Let's let this be a closing tag. Uh, bro, inconsistent spacing as. Okay. Yeah. Import this too. No, 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 no. Uh, let's make our navbar. Well, I'll look into you.
another folder in here called components. And inside this, you're going to create the navbar.tsx. And you can use the snippet again to import this component, right, like a template, and we're gonna say landing page navbar. We're gonna change everything in here, right? So let's go back and quickly import this component. Awesome. And now we can go back in here and make the change.
Oh, I see what you did there. Oof. Oh. Okay. I see it. I see it.
Changes we need. Now, the first thing I did is I also swapped to Safari because I think I had a plugin in the old browser and it was just acting weird. So I'm switching to Safari here, but I don't think you should see this problem, right? Because clearly we mentioned the default theme is dark. I don't know why it's really doing that, but now everything should be working perfectly. Now our landing page is going to have class names for this. So we're going to say
Oh, that is true. Why isn't it automatically handling the fact that my default theme is dark? It'd be. Oh no, you retard. You were the one who said the shit. You were the one who said that background. Yes.
flex with dash full, justify between, like this, items dash center.
So going for a flex with a width of full, the items will be justified for
And
between,
inside this,
and they are going to be centered on the line on the y-axis basically.
we're going to create another div, and this is going to have the following class name. So we're going to say text dash 3x font dash semi-bold flex.
3XL was how much was 3XL? Was it 6.25 RAM? Yeah, look at this mouse voice. Skyrocks. Best shit ever. Buy it. You know what? There are pretty good mouses out there too. You have font size. You also have 3x's 1.875 RAM. That is 30px. Okay.
Items center and gap dash x dash 3. Okay.
So for a semi-bold, medium was this is big. This is going to be a
And
logo,
now in
isn't
here,
it?
you can put whatever you want and it's going to show on the screen. So first thing is we need a menu bar, right?
Okay, so first we create okay, so I know what we're doing actually. I know why we did justify between. That is going to be um that is going to be a thing, the thing they do with the thing. Um the thing with the thing. Baby come back. Used to be. Flex with my width full, justify in between, and my items are centered. Already padding has been given. And then this is going to be my
So we're going
logo.
to import this menu bar icon, which comes from Lucid React. So scroll down and hopefully we can find menu icon. Let me see if I can import that. Okay, awesome. Okay, so I imported it from Lucid React, and now it's going to render out this for us on the page. Okay, next we're going to create an image here. So I'm going to import the image tag, which comes from Next.js, so next image, and set the alt equal to logo. We're going to set the source, and the source here is going to be opal-logo.svg. And of course, we don't have this, and I'll get to that in just a second. And I'm going to change the width and height to 40, okay? And the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to open up my GitHub, and I'm going to go into the public folder, and I want you to download all of these pictures and drag and drop it into your public folder right here, okay? So we need the Opal logo here and the snippet, which we can use for the landing page.
Or let me do something. Oh, I mean this is good enough to be honest. If I can snatch up an SVG of that, I'll be proud. Alright, boys, how you all holding up? Oh, no one. Wait a second. Alright, let's take a slight detour and let's see the today's awards winning website. Please call me Champ Studio. Uh, Visit site. Please call me champ.com. Let's see. No loading bar. Oh, there is a loading bar that is above. Oh my. This is GSAP, of course. Oh, that is. What the fuck is that? Is that Rife? It has to be, right? Oh my fucking god. So I see a little bit of scroll triggering going on. They have worked with Nike, Toyota. Holy fuck. Can I achieve this? Yeah, I can achieve that. Overall, very fucking good. What the fuck is this though? I'm sorry, like, oh damn, these are the animations. Wow. And this is the Living Studio downloaded cheat sheet. That's good. How do I exit this though? Like, Sabrina Teke Wong Thwan. Overall, a very neat page, I will say. Oh wow. Never mind. I want to become a GSAP fucking god, bro. I'm not even kidding you. I love how powerful this is. Like, I want to go to that point where I just start making my own shit. An Oppenheimer for fucking GSAP. Holy fucking hell, bro. These guys are ultra fucking talented too. These guys are not fucking about. Pretty good website. What's the score? 7.45. Surya Aditya. He's from Indonesia. He's in first side of the fucking days, bro. Very, very nice. Alright, so let's do what we were told to do. To do with the thing. Uh, uh, Nokia. 1900 on lead code. Physics wall. I'm just checking out my LinkedIn. Alright, boys. Alright, I was just a little bit procrastinating. I was just looking up my, my thing. Thingamajig. Thingamajig. Oh man. Okay. So let's go to our page navbar and we need to design a navbar, right? Let me make a class. Oh, fuck you. Flex. Justify between and are we targeting a specific font? I don't really know. I think this is enough for now, right? And then in here, so they're gonna be two things that are gonna be justified. Um, this div will pertain to an image. I'll just see, to be honest, bro. Oh, width full. That is also flex width full, and my items also need to be centered, bro. Like I don't even know Tailwind before this. Like how I was doing Tailwind for my first pod, I was just looking up shit, bro. Wait, so in this div we are handling everything, right? Wait, so what is this div about? It's about a flex, then gap of x3. So this is just my logo, my menu and my logo, right? And that will be my other thing. Yeah, this div is confusing, but it is a flex, right? And we should have a gap on the x-axis of 3. That is the main thing that I got from it. Menu icon, Lucid React, this. Okay, so we are working with this, and let's see. Why do we have a padding of x to be 0 on websites like this, bro? Is it because they already have a default padding, or is it because just my laptop's an exceptional case? Uh, please, please, please. And then let's have an image. SRC will be my logo. I really don't know what the width. And yes, do this, please. Let's handle this. Alright, we need to get an SVG or something. Right. So you just grab a random ass logo. If this is 40, right? And free logo icons. Free logo SVG. Right? What is this? This short. Just give me anything, bro. I don't care. I'm not fucking this. There's no free fucking icon websites, bro. Let's get something from Lucid actually. Let me see what you all have. This icon is good. Circle off. Yeah, I like this one. Circle off. What is it called? It's literally called this. Oh. Instead, let's give width to 40 and edge to 40 with the text of white. I'm wrapping here. And I think also need to align the items to center here too. Yeah, much better. Also, I didn't even look. Font has to be semi-bold, so I think we're gonna do this after. So a text of 1.875 RAM or 30px. I'm pretty sure there's like a formula for this. Uh, yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to actually focus too much on the landing page this time because it's really a waste of time. I've done it for every single product.
What the fuck? Honestly, I have no idea too. What the fuck is that?
Project, so you guys can make it look as pretty as.
Fuck off. Let's investigate this issue. Why does this happen? Oh, so we will not be designing the landing page. So the width is already full. What is the extra space, bro?
As you want, but I'm going to focus more on functionality. Okay. But we'll come back to the landing page later on when we have time so we can add more designs to it. Okay. But yeah, make sure you get these two images in here. Next, after this image here, I'm going to say opal, just like this. And that's how we create the title.
That's why we did that shit. Uh, you know what? I'll look into this afterwards. Um, Photo.
And you can also change this from 6 to 8 if you'd like, just to have a slightly bigger navbar. Okay. And of course, you can hide it on mobile devices, but I'm just going to keep it like this for now. Next, after this, we're going to create another div, and the div is going to have hidden gap x of 10 item center and flex from large devices. Okay. And inside this div, we're going to have the link, which is the login link. Oh, sorry, the home link. This is the navbar, right? So go ahead and say link like this and import it from next link. And as you can see, it's giving us a bunch of snippets. So all we have to do is change this. I'm just going to say home here. And for this one, I'm going to set it to pricing. And the reason why we don't see this is because we're on small devices. So if you increase the screen width, you will now see the navbar. Okay. And we have a container in here. So everything is going to be contained, but I'm just going to shrink it for now. Okay. And then for the home page, so since we're not really focusing on that, I think we can first finish this part here. So change this to contact like this. And now here, we're going to pass in the href. So, okay, href is already passed in, so we're good to go. So I think
What
the
the
cursor AI already
actual
handled that.
fuck? Why is this hidden?
We're going to this is because we're on small devices. So if you increase the screen width, you will now see the navbar. Okay. And we have a container in here. So everything is going to be contained, but I'm just going to shrink it for now. Okay. And then for the home page, so since
Oh, for large screen, just make it a flex. Damn. How did it know? Oh, damn! What the fuck? No, 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 no. Yeah, we need this, not this. Oh, he's hidden. So flex overrides this shit. I got you.
we're not really focusing on that, I think we can first finish this part here. So change this to contact like this. And now here, we're going to pass in the href. So, okay, href is already passed in, so we're good to go. So I think the cursor AI already handled that. We're gonna need a class name. So for some styles, we're going to say BG. We're going to pass in this color code. We're going to say padding Y of 2, padding X of 5, font semi-bold, text large, rounded full, hover background, and we're going to pass.
Why isn't my maid here? Do I have to call my mom? Ducket Technologies. What is Ducket? So one of your companies has come and they are offering a very bad fucking salary. Let's see. Hell no.
In this color, and we're going to have some opacity on it. Okay, so that means the element is selected, or actually it's hovered. So when you're hovering over something, then we're going to turn that on. Okay, so
So the BG is 7320 double D. Uh, okay. So I will have a link. Okay, so this is my link div. इसके अंदर अब है 7320 double D. Uh, then I have a PY of 2, PX of 5, understandable. Semi-bold fonts inside this. My text should be large. How large? Rounded full. And a hover of BG7320DD80. Uh, link href. So I have a class name of let me see, my BG of hashtag 7320DD. Right. I have px of 5, a py of 2, rounded full. Text should be LG for now, and of course it's gonna be white. Yeah. And hover BG should be. Oh, what is this? Oh, nice. I don't mind that. Why didn't we just do this for? We can't.
You see, it's changing the color. Now, after this div here, we're going to create one more link. So copy this link from here, and you can paste this link down here, and I'm going to change this to login. And just to make my life easier, I'm going to put a button element in here. So I'm going to change this to button like this and import it from components UI. And let's also close this and bring the login inside this. Now, also don't forget to remove this landing page navbar. It's just causing some problems. All right, awesome. So let's shrink.
So the new link. So the link is the fucking button itself. And there's this button with the text of base. What is text of what is text base alignment, right? Doesn't that mean a base alignment? Uh, IITians and ISRO. Here's the thing, bro. Right, as much as you like ISRO, you cannot force people to join it. You will need to make yourself. The main reason is this fucking government. Everyone wanted to join NASA because of they knew that the government would incentivize this, and they did. So outside the div, let's just make another link, and this is going to be a button from my components UI. Yo, pose, login. BG, you shall be taking the BG of white. Wait. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. BG of white with text. Yeah. This looks so fucking ugly, bro. What the fuck? Why is it this way? Let me guess. This okay. It's because every one of them has been justified in between. So we remove landing page nav one. I think this should be fixed, right? Why do you even exist? And what happens if I do text base? I saw this guy doing that. I don't know. I think it increased the font size. And text text base a flex with a gap of x of 2. After this, boys, I am going to cook some food, and you are actually going to watch me. Um,
The screen, and now you can see the login button. So go ahead and change this href to auth/sign-in. And now when the user clicks on this page, it's going to take them to the sign up page. Okay, so authentication basically. I'm also using a user icon, so you can import this user icon, and it comes from Lucid React as well. Just put it in here and give it a
auth sign in. So we are yet to make this, right?
fill. Okay, and I'm going to say login in here, and that's pretty much it. We're done with this navbar. So if I click on login,
Oh, so I get a user.
it's going to take me to a 404 page because
Okay, yes, I got you. So this is my auth with the sign in. And then after I'm done logging in, what I have to do is user no user this fill is equal to a shorthand for this. Close this off and what? Yeah, makes more sense. Osama. Oh, should not be saying that actually. It's a song, guys. It's a song. It's a song. It's a song. It's a song by Rak Ali. I'm gonna flash some fries. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm not.
the auth sign-in page does not actually exist. Okay, so let's go ahead and set that up. So inside your app folder, you're going to create another folder in here called auth, and inside auth, you're going to create
Oh no!
a
Now
callback
my
route, and this callback route is what Clerk Authentication will send an API call to let us know that everything is successful, right? Remember? So if you go back to the diagram, this is going to make sense now. And then I'm also going to say sign in right here, and we need one more route. So this route is going to be called sign-up. And of course, for all
damn, bro.
of this, we're also going to have
This is all server side, like callback, sign in, sign up. So what you're telling me that simply what I can do is where this need to be made outside my website too. Okay. Uh, New folder called auth. So this is a route now. In my auth, I create a new folder called sign in, new route. Then a new folder called sign up, and then a new route that is basically my callback. Why not just reroute them back? Why do we need a callback folder? I haven't. So one of my objectives with my last project, it took me, for example, I was given 10 days for the project, right? It took me 2 days. Yeah, I think one day to do authentication because I knew authentication from the server side, but I never knew authentication from the React side. So it took me a while to learn that shit, you know.
a layout page. So create a layouts.tsx, and we can wrap everything inside this. Okay. So in here, I'm just going to use TypeScript, these snippets. And right here, first thing we need is children components. And because I'm using this, I think I can just grab it from here. Awesome, nice. And I can destructure children from here as well. And now I can use the children prop right in here. Let's go ahead and pass in the class name. We're going to say container, height of screen, flex, justify center. And let's go to that page actually. Okay, we're not going to see anything because we don't have the sign in. So let me go into sign in and create a page. I think we have to do something else, not page, guys. Sorry about this. So let's delete this. Go inside sign in, and you're going to create another folder. You're going to put two brackets like this. Okay, you're going to use the spread operator and pass in sign in. Okay, and in here you're going to create the page.tsx. And I'm just going to return a basic component right here that says.
Okay, so what we did was we created a layout folder in auth. Right, that's I think supposed to handle everything. And then in sign in page, I made it something double brackets and wrapped something in sign in. Right, and here I got a
Sign in
page.
component. Okay, sign in, just like this. Now let's go back. So now you can see the sign in clearly, right? So in our layout page,
Children. I'm just a bit confused. Okay, so my layout is a wrapper here. So my layouts are being automatically called. I understand that, but where the fuck am I getting the children prop from?
now we can make the design. I'm going to create the page.tsx. And I'm just going to return a basic component right here that says sign in component. Okay, sign in, just like this.
I'm sorry. I'm so fucking confused right now. Oh wait, I am at the sign-in page right now. Okay, I'm not at the layout too. So I think what my layout.tsx is supposed to cover is all the shit. Layout is a component. Wow, it's like I forgot fucking React and shit, bro. Right? Why is there no cursor here? So my auth sign in. So new file called layout.tsx. Should I tell my mom for my maid to come? I mean, yeah. Acha yoga. Think about me. Me espresso. Boys, give me 2 minutes, right? I have to think of something. Uh, so what here? But boys, give me a second. I will have to call my mom. I, but if I do call my mom, it would curb and destroy my ego. How do you do that? It's using this. It's 2:40. I still have what 40 minutes to this tutorial. Oh fuck! I still only have got 20 minutes. Told you boys. Today in today's 10 hour streams, I want to at least achieve 5 hours. You know, just give me a second. I'm gonna destroy my ego. I call it the ego destroyer. Oh wow. Sunshine, lollipops, and mango. Na, 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 na. Give me one more second, boys. Uh, I had to, I normally don't do this, but I had to indulge in what I used to, it's not wrong in calling this drugs, right? I had to indulge in fucking drugs, bro. Just can talk to my mom, bro. It's sad, but it is what it is. Sometimes there are some emotions that, you know, not that I really fucking care, but just give me a fucking second. Um, I'm gonna put on a song, a little bit break, not nights, something. Listen to Mrs. Magic, Mistress Magic. Oh, let me actually take out my dinner and give me 1 minute. Well, all right. We will work till 3:20. Then we make lunch, right? But I think 3:20 will be a new hour. Wait, 10 minutes to a new hour actually. Well, we watch the video for 10 more minutes, I guess. Follow along for 10 more minutes, and then we switch. So 3 hours for 30 minutes. 6 hours will be 3 hours, and 9 hours will be 4.5. So I think by 10 we can achieve 5 hours because that is what we are aiming for, right? This is magic to and from. Just let me be myself. Alright. In your way, you know what I mean. Not rude hunters. Um, there should be a project structure. Okay. Um, optional catch-all root segment. So everything that goes to sign in will be caught by this. Okay. Segments can be made optional by including a parameter in double square brackets. Slug will also match sh shop in addition to shop clothes tops, shop clothes tops t-shirts. There's a difference between catch-all and optional catch-all segments. That was optional root without the parameters also matched. So okay, so anything with shop and this will match. That is what you're saying. Uh, and like whatever I mentioned here will be a parameter. Understand? In spam stop is a promise using a sync and await or Yak different access the values. Okay. With generate static params, nothing that I want to know. Yeah, okay, so I understand what this means. It's an optional dynamic statement where everything that I put here will is going to be matched. Alright, boys, I understand. Let's go. Who the fuck trying to nut at my butt? Hey, I think we've come to an hour of this video, right? Um, my sign in. Let's see. Okay, so my sign in will now catch anything after my sign in. So there's going to be a new file, new folder actually. Uh, there's going to be sign in, right?
Now let's go back. So now you can see the sign in.
And in here I will have a page.tsx. It doesn't matter what this is, what this name is. Page.tsx, ts, the fuck. Oh, acha, got it. Um, why is this not working? Let's see, work. Fuck me.
we go into sign in and create a page, I think we have to do something else, not page, guys. Sorry about this. So let's delete this. Go inside sign in, and you're going to create another folder. You're going to put two brackets like this, okay? You're going to use the spread operator and pass in sign in, okay? And in here, you're going to create the page.tsx. And I'm just going to return a basic component right here that says sign in component, okay? Sign in, just like this. Now let's go back. So now you can see the sign in clearly.
Why isn't this working for me though? Right.
Right? So in our layout page, now we can make the design changes and we can see it in real time. And we also need item center on this class. So now
I'm very much confused. Oh wow, there's nothing in my layout.tsx actually. Um, uh, children React node, children and children. Wait, so you're telling me that this is automatically? Oh my fucking god. Okay, so I need to get a layout page, and my route is right. You need to always pass something into the layout page, right? This automatically just fucking handle everything. Whatever child comes into my layout page. Why do I have trouble understanding this? I don't know why, but it just seems so strange to me. Because how do I say this? I get the point of the layout page, but there also needs to be the component inside it, right? Where is this child coming from? Um, I am still kind of new. Okay, I'm still kind of new to next. I have a doubt. And I have created a layout page, and then in the auth folder, and then I have defined routes folders where I have a sign in route. My question, my question is that in uh, is that in is that how does this layout get its children without even passing in where its children are. Aha. A simple as doubt. Oh, I remember. Isn't this like okay. Okay. Wow. Nice. We're still new. We're still learning this shit.
everything is perfectly centered. Okay, so our elements will be right in the center of the screen. So go back into the sign-in route, and we're going to remove what we're returning here, and we're going to return the sign-in component, or not the sign-in button, sorry. We're going to return the sign-in component itself, from clerk.js. Okay, so let's go ahead and import this one like this, sign in. And that's it. Now we are done with the sign-in page. So let's also quickly finish up the sign-up page. So in here, all I'm going to do is create another folder, and we're going to say sign-up and create a page.tsx. And all I'm going to do is now, instead of the sign-in page or sign-in component, I'm going to return the sign-up component. Okay. Also, just to show you the protected route, if I try to access something like dashboard, well, I actually don't have it right now, but if I try to, it's going to send me back to the sign-in page if I'm not signed in, okay? That's why we did that middleware setup. So now's a good time to create our dashboard route. So I'm going to open up the root of the app, and I'm going to create a folder.
Okay, I understand. So in page.dsx, all I need to do is oh, return sign in from my what the fuck? What a button, bro. Oh my fucking god. I'm so fucking faded. I didn't even realize. Uh, yay. Um, my layout seems to be having a problem. Acha. Let's go. Who the fuck trying to nut in my butt? Um, sign up page. Uh, 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 uh. Know what I mean? Seems like a cannonball. Page.tsx. And in here, wrapping here, ts. Oh wow, thank you actually. And if I do sign up, come on, work. Woo!
Actually don't have it right now, but if I try to, it's going to send me back to the sign-in page if I'm not signed in, okay? That's why we did that middleware setup. So now's a good time to create our dashboard route. So I'm going to open up the root of the app, and I'm going to
Alright, boys. Alright, so your two options. You can either watch me cook, or you can either. I'm not gonna cook. I'm just gonna reheat some food, some leftovers that I had from yesterday. Uh, I think you know what? Since this is going to be a huge stream, why not? You know what? The only problem is my mic. This isn't fucking wired or some shit. Let me just take a piss and we shall then proceed to do some things. Alright. Alright, boys. We are gonna go and reheat some food, do some shit, and yeah, this isn't a science stream anymore. I do apologize. But yeah. So first, we need to find some. How is this clean? Oh, I didn't use this actually. Alright, so I luckily didn't eat any of my rotis last war, so I do have some of that shit saved up. I'll eat some watermelon, maybe in the. I'm not in the mood. I'm not gonna eat any fruits for now. I'll eat them in the evening when I need to have some snacks. Actually, that will make up for a good break. Let me put on some music while this shit is going on, and yeah, feels like a cannonball. Uh, it's fucking hot out here, bro. I'm not even kidding you. Like the thing is, in US and shit like that, you have centralized ACs. So basically, your whole house is cool, right? And not in here. No, 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 no. You go out of your room, you face fucking excruciating heat, bro. Alright, so I have some mutton saved up from yesterday. We're gonna eat good. So I have what, four? One, two, three, 5 pieces. I'm not gonna eat momos then. Uh, in the night I shall be eating. Or I can actually save up a piece. Do I want to prolong its life? Huh? Let's just finish this. Uh, I can just heat my. I will just heat most of the things in my microwave. You know. And about my mutton is going to be heated in that. Let me put you here. Uh, let's put this food foot food time. All right. may never get my gas on my first try, but yeah. So I'm just so I have Momo, or what is internationally called dim sum, from yesterday. I have some homemade mutton. The shit is good. I don't know if I think my father made this or my mother made this. I don't remember. I think both of them made this together. But yeah, that is good. And as I told you, I will be eating fruits in the war. Oh, I forgot to put my fucking bread. Wait a second. Yeah. Yeah. I think I should heat that up for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is good. It's so fucking hot, bro. I'm just gonna come back to my room for like 2 to 3 minutes, and yeah, fucking hell. For a video now, of course, whenever you eat, you have to watch a video. So we will be reacting to something now. Since I can see that no one is watching, I'll just you know I'll just open up Sidemen. Um. Oh, his videos are good too. Uh. Vigilantes. So we're gonna be watching this video. I've been a huge Sidemen fan for a long time. It's 17 minutes. This was actually a not a bad video, to be honest. Uh, wait a second. I need to. Oh, just put this here actually. Just give me a second. Oh, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Oh, fuck off. Well, the cat's out of the bag. Um, I actually left this habit, but shit happened with my a huge argument. Not a huge argument. Like I had an argument with my mom, and I was like, you know what? I cannot take this shit anymore. It's too stressful. I just defaulted back to this. Yeah. I wanted to drink till I passed out, but I had to study. You know, so I cannot be doing that. Oh yeah, I think this is too much, bro. I'll just mix this a little bit with that because I need to finish my chapatis. Shabadi, shabadi. We're gonna be eating huge. You know, this is gonna fuel me for my stream. The training arc. I'm learning good. Like, for example, you know, setting up my pages, working with clerk authentication, seeing how easy it is, working with styles and shit. It's good. It's good. You know, that's the main intention that I want to have with it. I don't want to copy a project. I want to learn as much as I can because I will be making my own project, and in that, guess what? I will not have anything to help me. You know. So wait, my food got done. Wait a second. All right, that's it. Our food is ready, and we shall consume. Let me plug in my charger, otherwise my computer becomes like really fucking slow. Uh, Food time. Okay. All right. Um,
I wonder where they went. Cut to the other team right now.
Hey Josh, can I get a little review from you so far?
Of the park?
Yeah.
It's genuinely very impressive. Very, very impressive. As a guy who loves theme parks, I'm just sad I'm not experiencing what, evidently, what happens after this cut will be experiencing. Proper boy Chris has
faster.
Just this.
Yeah. Hold it up. Fluffy side down. Fluffy side down. Fluffy side down.
Okay. Yes, this is what we need.
That's a microfiber cloth to clean something with, mate. Is it my face wash?
Nah, bro.
It's got spiders on it, bro.
I've seen this at the car wash, bro.
Dragon Zone!
Dragon Zone! Let's play the games. We're playing until someone gets a prize. Only one person will get a prize.
Go on, Bog! No! Go on, Bog! Yes!
Two.
Oh,
you gotta get two in.
Randy, you gotta do it!
Okay.
You gotta get both?
Okay.
So what's the point of taking a second shot?
Yeah, you're right. You're done. You're done. You're done. That was rude. That was rude.
You gotta get both in.
What a pathetic game.
What's the point then?
Two girls on top. You're
Behind the
done,
line,
you're done.
behind the line.
You're done, you're done, you're done,
Can't be asked.
Vic, mate, you're a little science guy.
Okay.
I was trying to hit the top of it, to be fair. No, I see what he was trying.
I'm done. I'm done. No, let's go.
Spinning it.
Okay.
Spin.
Oh! Honestly, we're not winning any prizes. We're not winning any prizes.
Are you ready? Like this, yeah?
Like that. He has to be off. He's got one. He's got one.
So you gotta get this one.
Yes.
Which one, lads?
Pick.
Oh,
Which
come
one?
on.
Pick.
What did I miss?
You
Red,
pick.
Koala's got, come in here.
Yeah, koala was
Koala.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next game. Oh, hook it up.
Oh, everything is a workout. We gotta go all the way up here.
Covered in mud
Well, I
loose.
burned 350 calories while being. Oh, what the fuck
You
is
think?
this?
Wait, how'd you get up? That's a vertical ladder.
Yeah, of course it is.
Huh? You just have to laugh, don't you, really?
Yeah.
Nah,
No, all you can do is laugh. This is actually like...
Oh, this is actually ridiculous. you know.
This is like no other, is how I describe it, you know? Yeah,
one of a kind experience.
on a cheap team, you get a one of a kind of experience.
That's what we aim for on the cheap team.
Yeah. Come on. Okay, Arthur's gone for all of us. One. No.
No. 3, 4, 5, 6.
How many?
Right, I'm sensing a pattern here. Oh, so I win a large
Yeah, but you had 7 ducks and you got 1 on all of them.
Still got
I got 8, I got 8.
I'd take the
Oh,
purple.
give me the seal, please.
No, that's so boring.
Seal, the white one, please.
Oh,
Bro.
Whoa, why do you have to specify that? Okay, all right, well done.
Bro, there was a plushy...
Next game.
Bro, it is so narrow.
Steep, you mean?
My fucking shins.
No, oh yeah, Stevie means, yeah.
Oh, bro. What the hell? I'm leaning back. My shin!
Oh, there's just fucking web everywhere as well.
Fuck me. I can't feel myself, but this angle's so bad. I'm sorry, guys.
What do you think I feel about this angle? I'm just seeing Zerka Ross.
That's a good angle, no? Surely.
We're gonna do 1 touch, no bounce, loser next a pint. No bounce. No bounce.
Give me a second.
Vicky got a lock
It
in.
won't bounce anything. Ready? Go.
That's you.
That's you, Randy. So Randolph has the pint. Let's keep playing.
Arthur.
You played yourself.
You're out. So 1, 2, 3.
How many do we play to?
No, 2 touches.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on, Vic.
Oh, this is actually kind of scary, you know? What
Are
the
we sure
fuck?
this is safe?
No, it has a big fucking warning of death at the bottom of it.
Death?
This seems a little booky.
Fucking hell. Look at that.
This is screaming friction, bro. Web.
You're trying to
King Arthur! AB!
What? Oh, wow, it really is.
You need to
No
see
way.
this. Can someone take a still? You're missing it. Oh, boy.
Oh, no. That's just
Read the name. Read the name of who it is.
Fucking radical dude, milking such fucking Arthur, bro. Let's fucking go.
Guys, we've got 1 more prize to win. Come on.
1 more prize.
We need to lock in. Dig deep.
Come on, let's go.
Dig deep.
This isn't gonna work. The mat isn't.
Also, I've got shorts on. This is bad, isn't it?
No, you'll be okay.
Please, I'm gonna be going the fastest because I'm so fucking heavy.
I'm not much lighter than you, I don't think.
At least if we all die, I get to see you guys die first.
Yeah, true.
Oh my god, it's King Arthur's sword in the stone.
Go on, Arthur!
Yeah, you're weak, man.
Yo, Arthur, I don't think it's real, bro.
I might not be him.
Wait, it's
I
someone gets
might
out
not
there,
be him.
that's insane.
Ethan, with those thighs, you can do anything.
Be strong, be strong, be strong.
It's going, it's going, it's going.
It's going, it's going, it's going. Lock in, lock in. Lock in, pal.
She's in.
Harry?
Yeah, it's quite cringy.
He's going to blow his back out.
Oh, no. Yeah.
I think you just got to snap it.
Nah, that was good. Top 5 cringe
Can we start
moments.
Travella and the Seal?
Travella.
Fucking hell.
Fuck, I'm overstimulated right now, bro. What? Yeah, of course. I want to play a little basketball game. And I want to go on the world's biggest wooden roller coaster.
Go! Over.
Fair enough, man. That was pretty sick, man.
Next one.
Part 3.
There's no way you make this.
I was going to kick it.
No way your puny little hands do this.
Amy,
you got
send it over.
You fucked it. Yes, I did.
No, I got it. Wait.
Whoa.
Fucking hell, he's nearly taken the ball out.
There's no way Arthur's puny little arms can do this.
Nah, you see, that ride pisses me off.
Oh, God, a bird came out. A bird came out.
It's so close.
Right, one more.
Not the koala, bro. This is too good quality.
Oh, no.
This guy's a fucking idiot. Come on. Yes.
I don't want to body my camera. You bottled it.
Ethan, you throw it over.
He bowled it.
Wait,
What are you doing?
I'm trying to make sure my arse.
Is your like waist too fat?
I just feel like I'm.
Yeah, like I'm getting stuck on the sides, right?
Yeah.
Right, look. Big boys.
Oh shit. Wait, am I on this?
Ready, Josh?
No. I'm so not ready.
3, 2, 1, go! Oh, friction burn already!
Oh shit!
Oh,
Oh shit!
Shorts!
I lost my mat halfway through!
Shorts!
My mat's up there! Oh, that's not the one. That is.
Oh, come
No,
on.
my butt is wet.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit!
Come on, bro.
Oh,
Why when I'm fucking
I
eating?
did not like that. That wasn't good.
Bruce is gagging.
Oh.
Nah, I lost my mat halfway through.
No, we need to go, man.
Bro, my leg's on fire. And I got hit with the branch. Where's the branch happen?
Bro, I got hit by all types of shit.
Hello? Yes. अभी नहीं, the gym is good I guess. अच्छा है बाकी सब कुछ. Nothing much. नहीं अभी तो नहीं आ रहा 5 दिनों से. अभी नहीं आ रहा हूँ 2-3 दिनों से. Oh. Maybe कल परसों I guess. Okay. Sorry? ना मतलब I don't need them. मेरा वैसे भी 1 महीने में खत्म होने वाला है, तो like वो ही है, अभी कुछ चाहिए नहीं मुझे. Okay. Thank you. They've been calling me since morning, bro.
Bro, you swallowed all types of shit.
Oh.
Last go.
We've got to get one catch for the clip.
Yes!
Oh,
yes,
wow.
That's it. It's not it. Arthur, you got this. Oh, he's taking the phone out. It's getting serious.
He's licked his eyebrow.
Nah, he's flicking off his shoulders and everything. Nah, it's one. Can't lose it. We can't.
What does bro think? What does he think this is?
That's it. That's it.
Catch it!
It's gone, it's gone.
It's gone. It's gone.
When the fun stops, stop. You know the map is in the middle up there. It's okay? Okay, cool. Amazing. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for this experience. It's been
I love it, you know. I actually love
one
it.
of a kind experience.
I've had a really good time.
I've had a great time.
You know what? This might be the best day of my life.
Probably yours, it would be. 21 years age.
You went on a roller coaster and everything, bro.
Get out and about.
I did as well.
I'm actually well proud of you.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. You.
Wait, it's
I don't like it. I
What
don't
the
look at
fuck?
that.
Why is it white?
Bro, you look.
What the
Don't tell me something.
Yeah, what the
Can
fuck?
I Spider-Man, you?
Nah, man. I don't want to. No, please.
Oh, that's Superman.
Why is it white? Ah!
Toby.
Oh, he's fucking Spider-Man me. He's fucking
Superman him.
Spider-Man me. Look at my fucking back. Oh, he's fucking... I can't even do it to him because...
Oh, Superman him. Where's the cape? Someone get a cape. Stick the sheet on him.
The one time I wear black. Get me out of here, man. This is awful. I hate this. Oh, my hay fever's fucked me. I feel like shit.
Let's all go around in a circle and say one thing you've enjoyed from today. I've enjoyed the first ride.
I enjoyed AB bitching out the first ride.
Oh, see if you can high five. Get a high five. From a nun as well.
What is, bro? What?
He's aura farming off children.
That's fair.
You're boosted in fucking noob lobbies, bro.
That was a smurf.
I think you will be the only one. Great.
Oh, Toby, looks like it's you, mate.
Oh no.
Fuck me. Up here.
Hey, gyroscope?
How do I spin him?
Wait, chill.
Only yellow one.
Only yellow one.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Fucking hell.
Only yellow though. Watch your head. Watch your head.
Fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. No.
Yeah, this...
Holy shit.
Spin him apparently.
My mic.
Oh, shit. Oh,
no.
oh, everything's fallen. Everything has...
Oh,
Guys, I don't know how to stop this.
Stop me! The handle to the right.
You got the break, I think.
The handle in the middle to the right.
Shit.
Wow, that was cool. Oh, hey.
Stop.
Oh, that stop was sick.
I think you might have stopped on the mic.
Another disaster.
It to go on this fucking ride.
It just gets better and better.
Is no one quite treating how weird this place is?
Right.
Is no one's got, look at the town hall.
Have you never been to a fucking theme park before?
It's not. Oh, and that's the local judiciary, is it?
It's a theme park.
No one knows what that
Oh, and
means.
the legislature's chilling there, do they?
Nah, bro's got baptism. It's happening. It's happening.
Oh, the three branches of government are crumbling before our very feet, and we're laughing and making YouTube videos.
All right, Randy, spark him out.
Place.
Randy here. I would love to, but not on camera. Oh my god.
Oh my God, Choco Chip Creek West entrance.
We have to do it.
Yeah, we've got to.
We have to do
We've
it.
got to.
What is fucking...
Oh no, we've got to go floof.
We have to do it.
We simply must do floof.
It's a kid's ride.
Do you want to know where the other team went? No. No, it makes me feel worse. They're ready.
Energy Landia.
You bastards. You big bastards.
What's Energy Landia?
It's like one of the best theme parks in Europe.
Oh, my God.
All right, if this catches me off guard, I'm going to get mad upset. I'm so not prepared for anything serious.
It's not, look at it, man. Choo-choo fucking train.
What a fucking food.
What do you think this ride is going to be like? It feels like a very kiddie setup. Like it's
Yeah,
going to be very
I
easy, but we're strapped in quite tight.
Last ride of the day. I'm exercising my free will, and I'm sat in the very middle of the roller coaster because I can, and I'm bringing my friend along with me.
Why?
Weirdest layout.
No.
Look at Vic, just fine stuff.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Let's go.
Had a great time.
Thank you. That was fun, thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Absolute pleasure.
Amazing.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Wait, he's a different old man. Okay. One of the worst experiences of my life.
That is an absolute lie.
We had to work.
Lie.
We literally had to work for everything.
There's a bar here.
You laughed, don't
I
lie.
inhaled pollen. I almost threw up.
You know, he was having fun until he started inhaling stuff, to be fair.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That was the turning point.
I feel his pain on that one. Because I don't know what I've got in my mouth. I like it.
I think this might have to be a bit mad, you know?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
It could be a bit of a movie.
How you feeling, mate?
Ah, I'm actually mad worried now.
This one I think is going to be...
Oh, well, we're going, Arthur.
Are we going there, though?
Where are we going?
Okay.
Choo-choo!
Right, shall I do one of them? I don't know if I got the
Come on, make it. So old, this.
Anyone's balls tingling. My shit, my shit's fucking rock hard.
You know what a waste of time.
Out of all the rides.
Our final activity on this list, by the way, was to do a toilet review.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What the fuck?
I mean, it's basically like me doing it outside.
Yes. Wow.
This is the content that people
It's a toilet.
really want, man.
She does play.
She plays real good.
Press here. Bow.
Bow, bow, bow. Adios, amigos.
That's a wrap for the good team in Energy Land here. Chip, take us out with a spell. Take us out with a spell.
Wingardium packet.
Take us out with a spell we can use.
Akio, subscribe.
Wingardium outro. Wingardium outro. They've gone woke. Wingardium outro.
How was that? That was fucking awful.
No,
Let's be honest.
I want to pay homage and respect to the man who built
No. The guy who built it, fair play.
What a king.
He built it with his hands.
With his bare hands.
That's pretty impressive. And we
1969
tested it out and it
is when
does
he
work.
started. Yeah?
It was not what I expected in any way, shape, or form. That's what I was saying.
A one-of-a-kind experience.
Yeah, or once in a lifetime experience.
I mean that.
Yeah, never again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone's watching my stream though. Yes. Let's watch this.
Hi sisters, today we're going to be playing with my dick and we're playing Loon Freeze in top 1100 in the world. Will we get an easy matchup? Will we get a hard counter? Stay tuned to find out. Make sure to drop a big old thumbs up and a big old subscription on the video. If you haven't done that already, make sure you turn on notifications for maximum notifications. And today we're against the X-Men, so obviously I love the X-Men, hold the X. Today is Trophy Tyrants is our first opponent, so let's dive deep. Make sure to drop an old thumbs up if you haven't done that already. Cue the LEA intro. Boop, 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 boop.
Are you drunk?
Boop, 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 boop.
Okay. Look at this.
I want to know what love is. Yeah. All right, take a seat. Because today we're going to be locking the fuck in. All right, we're going to be playing against lava. Wait, what the hell is this? Graveyard? I don't know, man. I don't know. I just want to feel something. That's a lie. Because everybody knows there's no exhilarating feeling like playing a game of Clash Royale. Isn't that right? Smash like if you haven't already. Anyway, you know, I've said this once and I'll say it again. If you smash like on a video, it does nothing. All it does is let the creator know how much you like the video. But here's a little secret. I don't give a fuck. So it actually does nothing when it comes to this channel. In fact, why doesn't everybody leave a dislike? Why doesn't everybody leave a dislike on this video? We'll see just how badly this video performs if everybody leaves a dislike. Do it. Let the dark side flow through your veins. Anyway, I don't really know what the fuck's happening in this game. I've kind of been yapping my ass off. And, wow, okay. That's gonna get some fucking damage. But it's okay, because when it comes down to things, my penis is bigger than X-Men's. All of them, collected. If they took all the penises of the X-Men and fucking stitched them tip to tip, mine would still be bigger, okay? Wow, this guy's got a really big... I've actually just noticed this guy's got a really, really big brain. Small penis, but big brain. Because look at this play, man. Wow, wow. And he might just get a shot on the tower here, chat. Oh my god, Clash is so fun, man. Oh my fucking god. I'm actually addicted. I'm a dick. Full stop. All right, I'm gonna go with this shit. That's gonna counter that. And then I'm gonna go for a big stinky loon pushing the lane. And what's that? He's committed so much elixir that now all I have to do is drop the big stinky freeze mortar at the bridge. No, he's gonna go for evolve bats and evolve mortar at the same time. And it's just gonna fucking die. And Kenny Boy is about to get a slam dunk on his tower. Fuck yeah. Slam another one down. All right. And he's used his evolutions now. And I think we've struck a shiver down his spine. I can tell the way he's playing. He's playing like a little pussy-ass bitch now. Before he was spamming the shit out of me. You can tell the aura has changed. Like, he is not the man he once was. Before, he was like spamming me. He was like on his fucking, in his bag, you know. But now, you can see by the way he's playing, he's scared. I can smell the fear in this guy's gameplay. Like, he's scared. I've got this man actually fearful that he's going to lose this game. And you can see it. You can see it. Look at the way he's playing. He's scared. He's not even willing to attack anymore. Now, if I go with this, he's going to go for a mortar in the middle. So you know what I'm going to do? First, I'm going to snatch that into my Diddy cage. And at the same time, chat, that's going to tank for the mortar. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. And he's wasted his evolved bats. What a silly little wank stain. Let's kill this. And then maybe even just spam a few lumberjacks in his face. Wouldn't that be smart, chat? No, that was incorrect. If you thought that was the right answer, it was not, okay? Because you need to spam the lumberjack with the loon. This is like a tutorial on how to play Clash, man. Now, I'm going to predict his miner. Boom, shakalaka-laka. As you can see, I'm in his head. I nailed that shit. Only slight issue is that nothing. There was no problems when you're the best human. Watch this. Bang. He's gonna spam me with all his shit. And lumberjacks on the tower, so all I have to do is freeze that and we win the fucking game. Let's go. Invisible, invincible ghost. Smash like for winning the game, baby. Yes, yes. Woo! Okay. I'm losing it a little bit. I don't know what. You know what? Blue shades of death. What makes these so fucking deadly, man? Why are they called the blue shades of death? What part about it is death? Is it just to sound cool? Is that what it is? Why does everything have to be cool? Let's have a conversation that. What is it about being cool? Is it because everything's cringe? Zero skill needed is this guy's clan name. All right. Well, if zero skill is needed, Zoix, if that is really fucking true, I'm going to send you back to where you fucking belong, the bone pit. You're going to be clanging around playing with the bones and shit, all the fossils. Oh, look, Mom, I'm playing in the playground with all the other kiddies. That's where this guy belongs. Get the fuck out of my arena. That's what I say. Zoix. Okay, little bro. He's got Executioner. He cycled it in the back first play, so do I spam the... Okay, I'm going to give you 3 options, chat. 3 options. Option 1, I keep cycling shit and see what else he's got. Option 2 is I spam the fuck out of him because he cycled his air card. If you thought it was option 2, you were... How much fucking health does that fuck have? Alright, it's fine. So now we know, not only does he have Executioner and probably Tornado, but he's also got Inferno Dragon Freeze, which basically means this hit is fucking imperative, because that may not even happen later in the game. So I'm going to clue you guys into a little fun fact about what's going to happen later in this game. Later in this game, Zoix is going to activate King Tower with the balloon using the Tornado, and he's going to dissect my push with his little Inferno Dragon in front. He's going to try and melt everything with the Inferno Dragon while pulling everything to the King Tower. Does Kenny Wenny want that? And this is where the braining comes into this game. No, Kenny Wenny does not want that. So how does Kenny Wenny outsmart that play? Well, you see, what you have to do is you have to spam so much shit that he can't do it. So basically what I'm saying is I need my evolved horseshit and I need to get it all into one big slammaroony of a push to make it so that he can't just pull my shit to the King Tower. You know what, let's unmute this guy. Because once he does that, once we get him in that exact hypothetical that you're going to see, once I counteract his play, I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh a lot. I'm going to laugh because my brain was bigger than his in that moment. You know what? See, he's doing this funny thing where he's like, oh, I've used all my air counters, but I don't want him to go in, so I'm going to go for a knight. What he doesn't realize is that I understand what he's trying to fucking do. And he is a moron, because why the fuck would he cycle his Tornado? You think I'm just going to play defense? You think I'm just going to play into your plan, Zoix? No. I'm going to do exactly what you don't want me to do And that's exactly what I just fucking did. So now he's getting desperate. So the graveyard's coming. I can smell it. It stinks of a fucking graveyard. But here's the thing. Yeah, he's used his Evolved Executioner. For the remainder of this game now, I just spammed it. Okay, that is not frightening at all. That is not a problem. But what? Oh, okay. Well, that's a shame for my friend here. Just gonna hack that down, waste his time. Oh, okay. See, now I have to just... If I defend this, I win the game. So we know he's got freeze. We know the eye drag can only be stopped by swarm cards. So let's go...
Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck have I seen? Oh, yeah, we get it, bro. I mean, you deserve it for playing fucking number loop.
Okay, alright. So, obviously we're going through some disconnection issues right now, unfortunately, but I will get those resolved. Obviously, I want the quality on this channel to stay top notch, and I think you guys deserve the best level of content, because obviously that was super unfortunate, but this is one of those situations in life where you just have to complain. You know what I mean? Like, you can't, there's nothing you can do. You just have to complain. It's the only way to deal with things. Like, if things aren't going your way in life, here's the thing I would suggest. Just complain like a little bitch, because then all the problems go away. Because honestly, anything that happens to you, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Anything that happens at all, it's not your fault, it's someone else's, okay? So here's what I suggest. Find somebody that really supports you in your life, somebody that's always nice to you, is always friendly, and probably your biggest fan, and just like say it's your fault, and try and instigate an argument with that person. That's what I would suggest. And that's probably what I'll do to people after the stream. Except, it's not even
that baby dragon play was smart.
Regardless, that's what I'm gonna do. Except instead of doing it to the people I love, I'm gonna do it to everybody I see for the rest of the day. Basically ensuring that the rest of their day is like cuntier than mine. That's how we roll on this channel. Yeah. But you know what's really fun? Life. Like, man. Smash a like if you're enjoying life at the moment, chat. Here comes the cannon. Ooh, did anybody see it coming? So the question is, chat, let's dive into the strategy once again, because it worked so well last fucking game. How is Kenny Benny gonna get through this? He does the same. Like, we have to start using our brain. What does this guy do? He spams a hog every time. What does he do to counter my balloon? He plays a firecracker. He plays a firecracker plus a cannon every time. He does the same thing, and he protects his firecrackers. So what do I have to do? How do I win this? Well, I have to kill the firecrackers and stop letting him get so much value out of them. That's what I have to do. But at the same time, what am I doing? Am I planning something right now, or am I just letting him do his thing? Like, what am I actually doing? Think about it. Okay, first of all, I'm playing the Diddy cage here, because I know he's gonna go hog. Secondly, the plan is this, okay? The way we're gonna win this game is get through the cannon plus freeze the firecracker. See, now I know he's only got firecracker, so he has to cycle to shit to defend this. So I'm just gonna go with this. He's gonna go for a bomb, probably. And you know what? He's not back to his cannon. Okay. I'm lagging. And shit. Okay, but look, the Mighty Miner doesn't have to be countered. But look how annoying that was for him, chat. Because he's only really got one air counter. And what is he gonna do? Probably spam a hog in my face. There it is. There it is. And now what doesn't get affected by the earthquake? The flying red fucking bird. And I don't need to answer that in the other lane. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to do the same thing again, except this time I'm going to have to break through the cannon because he's already played it. But because I have a ghost that just hacks the fuck down, it doesn't actually matter. He's going to play his firecracker over here, so let's freeze it. Predicted. And is he going to get back to another cannon? He does get back to another cannon. That's so pog. Smash like. And now we do this. We go like this and we go like this. We don't want the firecracker hitting the thing. Now that's, you know what's really funny? The way that the thing went back there, and that way, like, he got a ton of value out of his firecracker. And now you see he's spamming me really quickly because he's trying to outcycle my cage. Yeah, yeah. And that way, I don't attack when he's already used his cannon because he knows.
Oh! No! You fucking retard!
Oh man, life is so funny. Life is funny. Like, a lot of people say that cruel, but I think funny's the right word. Like, it's just so funny. It's just funny. Like, when you stop taking things seriously, oh, get a hit, get a hit. Okay, now we gotta hope that he cycles his cannon in a bad spot here, because otherwise we're gonna.
No!
Oh, whoops, wrong one.
BMing his ass, bro.
How funny is that? How funny is that? Hey? Hey? Oh, he doesn't. Reddington, stay here. We gotta laugh together. No? Zero skill needed to the top.
Alright, boys. This was a good, 30 minutes spent. I'm gonna wash my hands. And we're gonna go back. Baby, come back. Alright, boys, we are back. Uh, there is a good probability that my stomach will stop functioning. But aside, we're gonna have light food during dinner though. I don't, I do care, but you know, that's what it is. अच्छा, no. What the fuck? They making game on Game of Thrones? Alright, boys. Oh, fuck. I'm already tired. Like, I already want to go to sleep. But it's fine. We are still gonna study for 10 hours. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours, 5 minutes. Okay, damn, that's long. Um, that's such a corny ass name, though. Let's just put on some music. What the fuck is this? Oh, why is she being tortured?
Stop! Asher digi. Nigga story tones ask. الجنجن عنا بالنقاس.
خليسي مرني خليسي مندا.
Bro, honestly, like, I love her character. Like, I've only seen her through shorts, but holy fuck is she strong. Uh, Wait, what the fuck? Ace and Blackbeard fought? I don't really watch this. Bro, what the fuck is this new KSL logo, bro? Like, come on. Okay, taking my time to be. You know, we listen to this last one. We go last one. Let's put on some. I know what to put on. So let's have a checkpoint here, and we'll discuss what we have done. Bro, like a 10-hour stream is tough because I have to take a shit. I have to eat and stuff. Um, but yeah, I will study I think till 6 hours more. That should be till 10, and then I will eat. Whatever I have. I'm getting a fucking boat. What the fuck? But yes, look at this, boys. Oh, I don't think I really handled this condition. Oh my fucking god, bro. Alright, before I do start, oh man, I fucking loved it. So, what have we done till now, right? Let's kind of discuss. Uh, so, the first thing that we did was, of course, guys, alright, so what have we done? Right, AI clone, photo. The things that we have done till now first of all, set up basic pages and basic navbar. Yeah. Set up basic pages and navbar. Then CSS masking setup. Chat CNUI UI setup. You know, I feel like these pointers are important. Like we made the navbar, then we made the links, then finally color setup, and finally using color for auth, a basic auth setup. Right? Let me actually add this. Git add this. So these are things that we have done till now. We'll move on and we'll learn more. Right? How the fuck do I close this? Oh my fucking god. Yay! Alright boys, let me just oh, my camera's not working. fucking tune, bro. I fucking love Minecraft. Triton. Try. What the fuck? Alright, boys. Let's hop back in.
Create a folder itself called dashboard like this. And inside this, I'm going to create a page.tsx.
A dashboard route. Okay.
And we're also going to create another one, which is a dynamic route called workspace ID. And this workspace ID is essentially when the user opens a specific workspace, we'll send them into that page, okay? But let's understand what happens inside this page.tsx. So inside
this page.tsx is resides in the main layout. Okay.
This page, we're going to do the following. So first thing is we need to authenticate the user, right? So authentication. So once we do get the authentication and we check the user is authenticated, we also want to check if the user already has an account. So if accounts exist, then what we're going to do is just redirect them, right? So pretty much just send them to the right page. But if the account does not exist, then we're going to need to create the account in the database. So if you remember the diagram, remember I told you once we get the response back from clerk, we're going to need to update this, right? We're going to need to put their data into the database essentially, right? And we get that from the callback routes. And right after this, we'll go ahead and create that callback as well, right? Remember we created it right here, so we'll build that out. But that's what we're doing in here. So now let's go ahead and create that authentication functionality.
I literally, one thing I want to tell you, I literally created authentication by myself without. I did watch a tutorial, but I didn't follow the tutorial because it was made in the old React Router version, the new React Router version, things changed, and I did it in that, bro. It was kind of cool.
Now we can do this using Axios or making an API request or creating an API endpoint.
The problem with making authentic, so you have to use context API as well as using reducer functions.
Here, but we like to leverage server actions to make this work. And if you have been a part of this channel, you'll know that we absolutely love server actions, okay? So we're going to do that by creating our actions folder inside our source folder.
What are server actions?
Folder right here, okay? So you want to say actions, and inside this, we're going to create a user.typescript file. And now to create a user action, we need to first have a file that's set as use server. And you can see it literally shows right here, right? So I'm just going to hit tab, but we don't need this. I'm just going to remove it, okay? So go ahead and type this with me. So we're going to say export const on authenticated user or on authenticate user. This is fine as well. We're going to create an async function. And next, we're going to create a try-catch block. So I'm going to import that as well. And now to get the user, we need to say const user equal await current user, which comes from clerk next.js/server. And then if there's no user, we're going to throw an error, right? Saying user not found. Or even better, we can return a status of 403. So what I'm going to do here is replace this with 403 instead, okay? Next, we want to make sure the user exists. So I'm going to hit tab here. You see, this is really helping me a lot. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to need to go into the database and find for this exact user to check if the user exists. But now we can't do this because we did not set up Prisma completely, right? We got the database, but we have to set up our Prisma schema and our Prisma clients. So now is the time for us to go ahead and set that up. So I just deleted this, whatever I just created.
Okay, so what we are doing right now is we just set up a dashboard, right? So oh my god, so to set up a dashboard. Sorry, my fake accent. Sometimes my fake accent slips out. Oh man. Okay, so in my auth, let's make a new folder called dashboard. And in here, let's create another new dynamic route that is called dashboard ID. Sorry, you know what? Let's obey the nomenclature that this guy is given. Workspace ID, and in here just create a page.tsx. Oh, tsx t. Right now, I don't really want to put anything here because we have to check whether the user has been authenticated or not. Right? This is the authentication step. Authentication check basically. Right? So now before we do any of this, in our root folder, we get another folder called action. So this is something that I've seen for the first time. So let me just, before I do this, Let me see like whether something like this exists or not. Next.js actions. Okay. Server actions and mutations. Server actions are asynchronous functions that are executed on the server. They can be called in server and client components to transform submissions and data mutations. Should we watch this video? Why not? A server action can be defined with React use server directive. You can place the directive on top of an async function to mark the server components. Can use to call server in a client component. Create a new file and add the use server directive or export a function whether the file be marked server both sides and server action can use action form in the form element. Server progressive enhancement by default, meaning the form function has your client components for use submission services and your data prioritizing client hydration. So the like button initial likes, okay. Like set likes, total likes is this button async it links use client, okay. You can also to have use client debouncing, right? Let's watch this video
and handle data mutations with the Next.js app router and server actions. Before we get started, let's see what we'll build. So I have a pretty simple form where I can, of course, add some items and delete them as well. And while it's simple, we'll talk about some of the common patterns you'll need, like loading states and error states, and also making your forms progressively enhanced. But first, before we get into the app router, let's talk about how you might have been building forms today. So on the left in my editor here, I have an example of a form in the pages router. Now you'll notice we have the familiar form tag, an event handler for on submit, an input, and then some button. And you click to submit this form, it's going to call your event handler, and we have to call a separate API route. So traditionally, you would create an API route in your application. You would talk to the server securely inside of that API route, since this code and this event handler would run in the browser, and then you could get the response back and do something with it. This is how it's worked in the pages router since Next.js was originally created, but today we're going to talk about how to handle things a bit differently with the app router. So I went ahead and created a new Next application to get started using create next app. You can do npx create next app at latest -e for an example, and then next forms, which is the name of this specific one, to get all the code that I'm showing today. So we have a basic route layout here, and then the entry point into our application, which is the page file that marks the entry route. Now, inside of this file, this is a server component in the app router, and it's asynchronous. So we can fetch data directly to display the to-dos on the page. So it's marked as async. We grab the to-dos back from really anywhere. In this case, we're using Vercel Postgres, but could be any service or any promise. And we take those to-dos and we map over them inside of a list. And then we also add a form for adding a to-do. So some basic scaffolding here to get our application ready. Let's take a look at adding a to-do. Okay, so let's look at the add form component. Now there's some things in here that might look familiar and also some new things. So starting on line 25, we have the form tag, but you'll notice instead of using an event handler like on submit, we have the action prop. Now, for those who are familiar with HTML, this might look familiar. The action prop is used for processing a form, and in traditional applications, that action is some URL that it sends the form data to. Now, this is great because it allows you to really easily send over your data, and it works if you have JavaScript disabled. But what if you want to have more than one form on a page? What if you want 10 forms on a page? Well, the cool thing about server actions is it's going to make this really easy to do, plus some other benefits that we're going to get into. So this action is actually just calling a function that runs on the server, which means there was no separate API that we had to set up. There was no API route or no route handler. We just call functions. We, of course, have an input as well, a submit button, and then also a live area that we're going to talk about a bit later around accessibility. So we have this form action that takes in a server action called create to do, and then it also has some initial state. This initial state is just a message that we want to return from our server action, whether it was successful or it failed. But let's jump into this specific create to do. So this file contains all of the server actions for our applications denoted by the use server directive at the top of the file. That means that everything in this file runs securely on the server and does not get sent to the client. So specifically, we have our create to do server action that takes in the previous state from our use server directive at the top, server actions for our applications denoted by the use server directive at the top of the file. That means that everything in this file runs securely on the server and does not get sent to the client. So specifically, we have our create to do server action that takes in the previous state from our use form state. We'll get to that in a second. And then also the form data. Now let me step through each part of the server action, how it's happening, and then I'll show an example of how it works. So first, we have the form data. We're using Zod to validate the data that we're getting back is correct. So we're expecting a string and we're expecting it to be there. You could use whatever library you want here, but this is just an example showing how we're parsing that schema and then getting the data back. Then inside of a try catch, we call for cell Postgres, or we call our Postgres database to insert this new value into our to-dos table. Then we revalidate the data. So this is going to go to the index of our application. It's going to look at the data that's been cached when we fetched it back from the server. It's going to say, you know what? We just did a data mutation. So revalidate all of the data on that path. And then it's going to return back a message saying that it successfully added to do. Okay, so what does this look like? Well, let me go over to the browser on the right, and I'll add a new to-do that says new to-do. Hit enter to submit my form, and we can see it was successfully added here. And this works whether we have JavaScript enabled or disabled, which can show how progressive enhancement works. So let me just disable JavaScript here, and I can say another one and add it, and we can see that this works as expected here. Let me just re-enable this, and this works for adding or deleting to-dos as well too. Now you might have noticed that when we submitted the to-do, it put the add button or the submit button into a loading state, as we can see here. Let's take a look at what that looks like. So back in our add form, we have this submit button component, and it's pretty simple. It reads from a new React hook called use form status. It uses the pending Boolean to determine whether it should put this button into a disabled visual state. And that's really all it takes. Now, it's important to denote that there's been a couple hooks that we've been using, use form status and use form state, that are coming from React. These are new hooks that are in React Canary, which is a channel that's made available for frameworks to adopt and put the latest React features out into the world that will then come to a stable general purpose React channel for the rest of other standalone React users. So I'll include a link down in the description if you want to check out how to use these hooks in standalone React on the Canary channel as well too. It's a pretty similar story for deleting to-dos as well too. So if I go
where basically like instead of sending up requests from the JavaScript fetching, you just do everything in the server. It's like having a server. Like
to my page, I iterate over the to-dos, and then I have a delete form for each of the individual to-dos that has the ID in the text. So if I click in here, again, it looks pretty similar. We're using form state to take in both the action that we want as well as the initial state. Again, this is just some message for either an error state or a success state. We have some hidden values in our form that allow us to pass additional data to the form data for our server action. We have a delete button that looks very similar to before. And then we have our live area as well too. So what does this look like? Well, I'll say another one, I'll add it, and I can click delete. Now, as I mentioned before, this allows us to have n number of forms on our page. We can have a bunch of different forms. And critically, one really cool thing that Next.js and server actions provide here is the data that can be returned from the server actions can not only update the cache data, it can also provide the new UI in one network round trip. That's pretty cool. The Next.js app writer architecture considers all of these individual pieces like fetching, caching, and revalidating data and integrates them all together. So for example, when we're deleting a to-do, just like in creating, we're able to call revalidate path to update that cache data. And as you see here, we click delete, it makes a network request. But then in that network request, in that round trip, we're able to say, you know what? We made a mutation on our data, and we have some new UI to show by updating what values were cached. Now you might be thinking, that's great, but what if I need more fine-grained control over revalidating the data in my application, more than just an entire path? Well, you can also use revalidate tag for specific data that you've tagged with a cache tag. And then if you're not
Why is he talking about using? How is Zord complicated, bro? Zord is nothing.
using the fetch API, we are soon releasing a stable version of a way to tag any data application. One, inside of this form, we've ensured that our inputs are correctly not interrupting error state. I could also throw an error here as well too. So let me just type in test. I'll hit submit.
You are currently on the failed to create tunnel.
And we see that it says failed to create to do, which is returned from our.
Maybe I'll just chat GPT, bro. Um. Uh. Why is this shit so fucking slow, bro? What is T3 chat? Why is it pink? New to how is using okay, so we have done this. I mean, the thing is, right? My problem is they're talking more about the hook rather than actions, and even the official docs were really confusing for me. Oh, wait, is this a fucking React concept? The fuck? Well, okay. Uh, Nonetheless, let's head back. Baby, come back. Sorry. Actions. User.ts use server, and then we import the current user from Next.js server, and then we just what okay, export cons on authenticate user. You get an async function, and in this async function, first of all, let me get the user, right? User is equal to await current user. If suppose my user is not there, return res dot oh, you have to wrap all of this in a try and catch block. Oh no, actually it does make more sense to like wrap it in here. Uh, oh my god, oh fuck.
I'm going to go into the libs folder. I'm going to create a prisma.typescript file. And in here, I'm going to import Prisma client from Prisma client like this. Next, I'm doing this because I don't want Prisma client to keep. So I just deleted this, whatever I just created. I'm going to go into the libs folder. I'm going to create a prisma.typescript file. And in here, I'm going to import Prisma client from Prisma client like this. Next, I'm doing this because I don't want Prisma client to keep reinitiating on the hot reload. So I'm going to declare global, and I'm going to say var Prisma clients, set it to undefined. We're going to export the DB itself. This is what we need. So I'm going to call this client, actually. This is better. And let's set this here as well. So we're going to say client equal global this.prisma or new Prisma client, okay? And then we're going to check the node environment. If it is production, then we're going to set global this.prisma to that client. Okay. Now we don't have this installed, of course. So let's go ahead and open up our terminal, and we're going to say bun add at prisma/client, and awesome, just like that. Now we have Prisma client installed. So now we can go back to our file, and we can pretty much use that.
So we now need to put some Prisma client. So he said, go to the lab. This is where you will be doing this. Let me call this folder Prisma client, I guess. Um, Prisma client.ts. Then the first thing we need to do is bun add Prisma client, right? I think I have to add this. Okay. Then we import Prisma client. What the fuck do we need to import, bro? We need to import Prisma fucking client. Prisma client. Okay. Then we declare something global, right? Where Prisma is equal to what is a Prisma? So what is it? So this is a type. Okay. This will be a Prisma client, or this will be undefined, right? What's wrong? Oh, okay. This is supposed to be global. What is recharts? Um, then export. I think we have to default export this, I guess. Client is equal to so global. Okay, so global this dot Prisma or new Prisma client if that doesn't exist, right? Oh, export const makes more sense. And then there's something this if my node env is not equal to production, then global this dot Prisma is equal to client. What does this mean? You are saying that if this isn't production, if this is just for development, then whatever the Prisma client is in my this, usko hi laga. But if that's not the case, then do not do this. Oh wow, I do not know. Element is not equal to production. Uh, global this dot
And awesome, just like that, now we have Prisma client installed. So now we can go back to our file and we can pretty much use that client that we just created, just like this, right? But now we need to first create some sort of schemas for our data, or else we cannot say client.user. That's not possible, right? So this is what you're going to do. You're going to open up your terminal again, and you're going to say bunx prisma init, and you're going to hit enter. And just like that, a Prisma file is created for us in the root directory, and we can also see, any other setup that is done for us, right? So this is good. This is pretty much saving us some time. So let's go ahead and now create our user modal, or modal. I said modal. All right, guys. So first thing is modal. We're going to set it to model. We're going to set it to user, and this is what the schema is going to look like. So I don't want to spend too much time explaining what all of this is, but just to give you an idea, because I know a lot of you guys are still beginners in SAS and you want to understand how everything works. So I'll try my best to explain, okay? So it's very simple. This is just, think about it like a table, right? We're creating the rows in the table, the columns in the table. So we're telling this table called user is going to have the following data, right? It's going to be a type of ID. It's going to have a string. We're going to set it to a ID type. And the default for this, we're going to use db.uuid. Okay, so we'll go ahead and grab this as well. Okay, it is db generated random UUID. Okay, these are just syntax stuff, guys. You don't have to focus on this. Okay, don't focus too much. It's just syntax. Just memorize and understand what's going on in here. All right, that's pretty much it. And then the next thing is you see how cursor is giving us a bunch of stuff that we can use, right? So this is really powerful. So if I hit tab, I'm going to have some things that I might need from here. So first, the clerk ID. I'm going to change this to clerk ID, just like this. We're going to set it to a string. We're going to set it to unique as well. And we also need the created and updated date time. You can put that in here if you want as well. So that's it. We're creating the columns, right? We're telling what this column is, which is it's an ID of type string with this specific type of, whether it's a number, string, or whatever that is, right? That's what we're passing in here. And that's it. Same thing for clerk ID, same thing for created at. And of course, there's more to this. So we're going to go ahead and create that as well, okay? So the first thing is every user is going to have a type of media setting. Remember, for Electron.js, we're going to need to know which mic or camera or screen the user prefers. So we need to create another model to store that data as well. So I'm going to say model media, and this is going to have an ID, which is a string. We're going to have the screen itself, which is also a string. We need the mic. We need the camera as well. And then we're going to have something called preset. And this preset is going to give our users the ability to select between high definition or low def, okay? So right now, we're going to create an enum called preset in here, so we can give it these two values. So we're kind of hard coding it. That way, when we get type IntelliSense, we know exactly which value can only be passed into the database when we're creating stuff, okay? And again, these are controlled by different tiers. So if the user is under a paid tier, then we'll have only, we can give access to high definition, right? If not, we're giving the low def one, all right? Next, we're going to need to connect this media to this user. So I'd like for you to take up a challenge. Pause this video and try to do some research to see how to create a foreign key in one table and
that's gonna be fun. How do I do this? What I can do is I can actually make a table, I can either make a foreign key that maybe connect. No. I think we will start slow. We will first connect these two tables, right? Yeah, you know what? This is good. And the thing is, right? I was doing an interview, and I had to actually do this shit. They didn't make me do this, but I have to do this shit. All right. So let's talk about the model. So the model is of user, and oh, wrong actually. Oh fuck. So first of all, burn x prisma init. Oh, Uh, Never mind. Undo the mistake. See, that's the thing, right? If you have developed before, this should work now. Baby, come back. What do you mean fetching latest updates for this sub command? Wait, this is what I was meant to do, right? Okay, never mind. Yeah, yeah. Let's go to a Prisma file, schema.prisma, and let's make a model called user. This caused such a huge fucking bug. You need to realize, right? Sometimes it's not about the bugs, it's about also the psychology that these bugs can give you. Like, you just want to fucking quit. The fuck? I just start flossing. When I start flossing, I'm gonna start taking care of my hair. And we will see. So the first thing that we need to have is an ID. It's gonna be unique. And what else do I want? It has to be a string. Or what did he say? Okay, first of all, string. Sorry, unique, and then default. I have worked with Prisma a lot. I've never seen this. DB generated gen random UUID, and it's a function call. This is one of the strangest syntax I've ever seen. This would make you think that this is a string, but then you suddenly have brackets. Uh, right, at the rate db dot uuid, I guess. What else is email, first name, last name, clerk ID, and image trial get updated at. Okay, let's go for this. So first email is going to be a string. Is it optional? No, it is compulsory. Unique way. What about clerk ID? Clerk ID is also unique. First name is necessary. First name, last name are not necessary. They're optional. Clerk ID is unique and compulsory. Image is not necessary. Trial is compulsory. Default will be set to false. Created at is date time, where the default will be now, and updated at will be something called updated at. So I think that will be handled by Prisma, if I'm going to be honest. Let's see. So we have email. Let's go for the first name. It's going to be a string and optional. Last name is going to be a string and it's going to be optional. Then we have clerk ID, which is going to be a string, which will not be optional, but but it's going to be unique. Then we have a trial, which I think is important. It's a boolean value. It is necessary. So okay, boolean, and its default will be set to false, right? Then we have created at. I've never used this. It's not like you're meant to. It's not like there's a huge learning curve in using this, of course. Updated at date time now. Okay, this. Wow. Image also. Image is a fucking string. The hell? The heli? What the heli Andre? The heli Bromron? Alright. So let's talk about the model of media. We have an ID string which follows the same shit. The screen that they will be using, the mic that they will be using, the camera that they will be using, and a preset which is an enum, which default value will be SD, and the preset enum contains HD and SD values. Okay. We have a model called media, right? So we have an ID string, unique, DB. What is it? Default will be DB generated gen random. I do not know what the fuck this means, and he said it doesn't matter what this means, so I'm gonna take his word for it, to be honest. Right. So we have screen, right? The screen value is going to be a string. The mic value, which is gonna be a string. The camera value is gonna be a string. And what else? No, we're gonna have a preset, meaning whether our HD or SD. So this is going to become a preset enum. Let's define the preset enum. Why are you defining this here? Define this here. Enum preset, which can be HD or SD, right? Default SD.
Connect it to another table using Prisma. All right, awesome. Hopefully you got the right answer. If you didn't, no problem. I'm going to show you exactly what to do. So we're going to set this to studio because that's what we're going to call it
Oh
in here.
fuck. He gives an assignment. So what I'm gonna do is actually I'm going to so there are two ways of doing this, right? We can set up a media user table. That is what that's the path that I'm taking. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a model called user media, and in here we're gonna have an ID, which is this, of course, right? And then we're gonna have the user ID, which is and then रुक जा, it was references, fields, I forgot. How do you define relation? Yes, relation, fields, what are you, right? So an ID is, let it be a string, then a user ID, which will come from the table of user, and the relation will be, okay, so the fields that I'm targeting here will be the user ID, right? And in that table it references the normal ID. Uh, that is strange. Am I retarded? Hmm. I don't understand. Oh fuck. I don't know why, but I hate the design of this. Like, I don't know why. It just doesn't sit right with me. Oh wow, this is exhausting, bros. Okay, so in SQL, you use a foreign key to create a relation between two tables. Foreign keys are stored on one side of the relation. One example, a foreign key column in the post tail in the author ID, and this will act as the foreign ID. Yes, that is precisely what I fucking want. So what I want is so this is user media map. What I want you to do is take this user ID which has been defined here, right, and make a reference of this to the above thing, right? And fuck, I faded out, bro. What the fuck? I actually faded out. Wow. I actually did fade out. Wow. Okay, so let me think. Um, I don't understand this though. A user makes a relation. Writing for user in model user media. The relation. What do you mean? What am I supposed to define here? The user has a which has a relation. Oh, Okay, okay. I was wrong. Oh, fuck off. I cannot think. But I'm already so exhausted. Like it's bad. I'm not kidding you. This shit is not easy. But you know what? We need to push.
And we're going to refer this media right here, the media modal, and we're going to set it down here. Okay? So that's what we're doing. Essentially saying studio refers to this type of data. And the user is going to have these studio settings. That's pretty much it. Okay? And now down here, we also have to link this back into this user table. And the syntax for that right here is as follows. So first, we have to show which field are we going to need from here to connect the user. And that field is called user ID. And this is going to be a string as well. And the string, of course, is going to be unique. And it's going to be dbuuid. Okay, that's how we're connecting this. And now we have to pass in that the connection and say which field are we trying to connect in here that refers to this ID from here. Okay. Also, guys, please do not make any spelling errors. If you want to save time, just go to GitHub and copy this and paste it. It's totally fine. All right. I'm just here to explain and help the other people who don't understand what's going on. Okay. That's literally it. And I'm not going to explain every single thing because we need to speed up. There's a lot of stuff we need to do. Okay. But yeah, right here, all we're going to say is we're going to say user like this. We're going to set it to this specific model type right here, user, and its relations is the fields. This field right here, user ID, and it references this ID in the user table. That's it. So that's how we create a foreign key. Okay, that's how we can create relationships between tables. And you can also create many to one, all that kind of stuff too. You can create arrays here, right? So you can say multiple media settings in here as well, whatever you want. But I just want to show you how this works. All right, next thing is I'm going to create another model here called workspace, and this is going to have the following type of data. So first, we're going to need an ID, the name, and since each user can also have workspaces, right? We're going to say workspace and set it to an array of workspaces because one user can have multiple workspaces, okay? So we're going to create multiple here, right? And that's how we're linking it right here. We're saying user and the relation is with this field right here, and it references this ID field right here. Now there's another enum we have to create.
So my user ID is the okay.
In here, and this enum is called type. So let's go ahead and create that as well. So let's say enum type is going to be personal and public because there are different type of workspaces, right? We have public and
I was thinking about a fucking I don't know.
Personal workspaces. So that's why we're providing that in here. Okay, so now I have showed you everything. So now I'm not going to sit and type every single thing. I'm going to leverage what I've already done inside the GitHub, and then we'll walk through every single thing. Okay?
Nice. Oh my.
Okay, so this is the new updated schema. So please go into GitHub, copy the schema, and paste it in here and follow along with me, okay? So we finished workspaces. Next is each user can also have multiple videos that are assigned to them. And the video model is going to look like this down here. We're going to have ID, title, description, the source, right? We're going to have created at. We're going to have the folder that it belongs under. We're going to have the folder ID as well, because that's how we're linking it. And now since this is a different type again, of course, we're going to need another model right here, right? So we created one more model called folder, and this is going to have ID, name, created at, and the workspace it belongs to, okay? And the workspace ID as well, and videos right here. And then down here, we're going to also link the user with the user ID, right? Same thing. And each video can also be processing. Remember this? So when we were explaining the architecture, I mentioned the processing part, right? This is what that does. And then this also belongs to a workspace. So we're going to create a relation here and pass in the workspace ID. Then views for each video and the summary. I made a spelling error here, but that's fine. And that's it for videos, okay? So let's go back up top, and then let's understand subscriptions. So subscriptions is going to look as follows. So we're going to have the ID, again, the user and the user ID, so we can link a subscription to a specific user, and there's only one subscription, right? So that's why it's not an array, it's just one right here. And then we're going to have the plan, and their plan is essentially a different type, right? A different enum, which is pro and free plan, and that's the only plans that our application is offering right now. You can customize it, but we're just going to say free as default, okay? And then we need the customer ID and the updated at. So this actually comes from Stripe, all right? We're getting Stripe stuff and storing it in our database. Next, the exact same thing for members. So users and members right here are also a way to essentially show which member is assigned to the specific user account. So you see we have the member table, right? So each workspace, so let's go back to workspace, right? Each workspace is going to have a
holy fucking hell, bro.
Bunch of members. And a member is nothing else but a user. So when we first created the workspaces right here, we created the member, then we created these specific types. So let me scroll down, which is ID, user ID, and stuff like this. Because remember, a member is a user. And that's why we have to create this relation right here as well. Okay? So don't think that, okay, the user goes into the member. I mean, yes, they do technically, but a user is a member. That's why it's a relation right here. Okay? So more specifically speaking, the member is a part of a workspace, okay? And a member is nothing else but a user. So users are members. That's why we have that connection there. Next, we have notifications. It's pretty similar. I'm not going to explain that. Then we have invites, which is again the exact same thing. We just have another model, and we have a bunch of data stored in there. And we have the receiver, which is someone who's sending it, and the person who's receiving this invite as well. And we're passing the same type of model in here. And then we have the trial. Okay, this is just going to help us understand if the user is on a trial period or not. And the reason why we need this is I think we can leverage this when we're using AI features, right? So in our Express backend that time. Okay, that took a very long time, but I just wanted to help you out. So I pretty much don't have to do it ever again. Okay, so now you know what a Prisma schema means. It's literal English, right?
Fuck me, bro. Just give me a second, man. Just give me a fucking second. The thing is, I know that I will get so much to learn from this, but just calm down a second. Like this is a whole fucking company that in making, bro. But this is good. This is good. Like when I make my own shit, and I'm gonna recreate this from fucking like I'm gonna watch this again. I'm gonna recreate this. It's gonna take time because I thought I had given 1 hour, but this is gonna take time, but it's fine. It's fine. You know, we need to know this shit. I'm gonna write this down in Excalibur, and then I'm gonna recreate this by myself. Just play in English, but yeah. Oof. Alright, so here's what we're going to do, right? Let's put on some. I was farting. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create the whole model. We're gonna create the model next Kali draw because of course since I'm making this I need to have a good mental map of and I would implement that because that's the learning part. This is a training arc, you know, the shit was not meant to be easy. Watashi ga kita. Listen to this. You know what? Let's listen to this. Listen to Axolotl. Listen to this next. Tan stack. Bro, people are switching to Stan stack, I've realized, you know. Alright, photo schema, right? So this design, the database schema. See, let's keep this 100%. Table. Let me just type database. Wait, is that fucking it? I don't want this. I don't want icons too. Yeah, this is good. How do I modify this? Okay, so first of all, oh my fucking god. Why is it so tough to use? Well, we study for a little bit and wow. And then we, once I do this database stuff, we then want to take a shit. Fuck off. In this table, so first we will have what we call the user table, right? This user table will have things like okay, I think I need to change this. Yeah, I'm wasting time. Fuck you. Photo schema. Make this medium. Can I group this? Okay. So the user table is gonna contain, right? What is this? I have no idea. Oh. So here's what the user table is gonna contain. It's gonna contain my user ID, right? No, first of all, it's gonna contain ID. So you can all just keep this at medium, to be honest. ID, then first name, then last name, right? Then let's suppose, so we have a first name, we have a last name, maybe the profile image, right? Then I can think about having and I think it's good to mention our thing that will be compulsory or not compulsory, right? So we can just do this. The same thing we can do here. Then we can have an image, then a clerk ID, which is going to be compulsory, right? And what are we having? Updated at, created at, right? I think that's going to be at every table if I was sure, so I don't need to mention that exclusively, right?
You can read it and understand what it is. And so why we need this is, I think we can leverage this when we're using AI features who's receiving this invite. Okay, and a member is nothing else but a.
Oh nah, it is not in every table. Okay. Updated at and created at. Right. So let me be clear. So this was my original table, right? ID. Oh, so email. What the fuck? Oh man, I like this selection technique. But I don't like it anymore because it's not selecting what I want. Oh, I need to select this fully. Okay. So with ID, the first and foremost thing that is also going to be very much compulsory is going to be the email, right? So this is our main user table, right? I actually love this selection thing, you know, like I'm not accidentally selecting this. You need to select the whole thing. How is no one integrated this? Not even Canva has integrated this. Oh wow. Oh wow, my neck feels so fucking good, bro. What about an open source Canva alternative? That won't make sense. What if everything you do there, it's just a library, right? It's like Canva, but it's a library, and like you do shit on your own. There's no cloud storage for that. You need to subscribe or some shit. Trial, that is also important, right? Trial values below my clerk ID, and here we will also like see. Also pass a default value, which needs a default, right? So I think that's it. So ID, email, first and last name, image, try, get up to that. So this is the main crux of everything, right? This lies in between. So now we start to make connections from here. So the next table that we're going to be talking about is media. Now let me just go here. Like I'm not gonna bother.
Okay, so this is the new updated schema. So please go into GitHub, copy the schema, and paste it in here and follow.
Okay, we have the media here. So what the media is going to have is an ID or user ID, right? A screen, mic, camera. He said, bro, she's asking what's the difference between unique ID and OID. Bitch, I don't know. Asking about the parking lot and stuff, bro. Sorry. So now we are not actually. You know what? Let me do one thing. Let me put this here. Much better. So let's copy this and let's make the media file, right? The media table. So this will be media. Our media is going to contain ID, then also a user ID, which is going to be the foreign key here, right? Then it's going to contain the what was it? The camera details, the screen details, the camera details, the mic details, and what else? A preset. preset which is an enum. It is going to contain a preset which is going to be an enum, and okay, that's it. So an updated created at? No, nothing. Doesn't matter. I actually do want to know why it doesn't matter. Why didn't we go for that in this specific instance? Yeah, I'm already so exhausted. Like the thing is, I don't normally study for like I normally study like way less, but yeah, happy to do this. Now this is for enums. I'm just gonna go for this, to be honest. I'm just gonna take this. Gonna take this. Copy this over here. This is going to be my preset. Preset, which is gonna contain SD, HD. And this, you know what? Let me do one thing. Let me shift this forward key here. Let me shift. And then my ID will act as a connection to this forum, right? So this is our first foreign key connection, right? Should this connection be this or that? I don't know. This thing is bi-directional, right? And then we have a subscription model. Subscription is going to be my ID. Okay. ID, my user, for my user ID. It's optional. A user can have a subscription or not have a subscription. We do not know. They do have a subscription. Subscription does exist. We will have a different subscription schema for it. Got you. So the ID, right? I have a user ID. Created at. I have a plan, which is another enum. Okay, so as for a subscription, what should I have? I will have the ID, and then have a user ID for the subscription. Created at and updated at, of course. Customer ID. Okay, so each will have a customer ID. All right. Uh, the plan of which subscription plan it is, default will be free. Okay, so this ID, user ID is getting updated at the plan that the user has. That's it. What I don't understand is why isn't this the custom ID? The reason it was something to do with Stripe. So I think ID and custom ID are very closely related. Uh, so let's go for that. What music is playing? I already listened to this like 3 to 4 times. Let's do this. Dun, 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 dun. Lost a couple dollars on the poses in the rain. As I'm down in the streets, cut right down the side. The plan that the user has. This is gonna be either free, right? Now say your name, baby, look at you in the eye, baby, look you in the eye. Rain. This isn't going out. Me on the time of the light. Me on anxiety. I've been waiting, let it go. So for some reason, this is subscription is optional, right? I always say, oh, never try. What else do we have? Coco brings his ice cream. I think this was it, right? So we can maybe. I'll be ready, let it go. Always on my mind, 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 always on my mind. 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 You're always on my mind.
Go along with me.
Okay, so we have a user pointing to a media. This is my preset and user ID. We have an ID pointing to a subscription.
Okay, so we finished workspaces. Next is each user can also have multiple videos that are assigned to them. And the video, okay, workspaces, so that's why we're providing that in here.
Okay, so let's talk about workspace. So each workspace has an ID, a name, reference, of course.
Okay, so now I have showed you everything. So now I'm not going to sit and type every single thing. I'm going to leverage.
And then type can be a personal workspace or public workspace, right? So these are the options. Of course, बात गलत सही की नहीं है, बात ये पर्सनल उसकी नहीं है कि तुमने ये क्या बोला था, तुमने गलत बोला, नहीं, बात उसकी है ही नहीं। बात उसकी है कि my point was there and somehow you still fail to recognize that point. बात बात इसकी नहीं है, like कि कौन सही है कौन गलत है, कौन इस लॉजिक में सही था, like I do not care भाई, like बात सिंपल मेरे पॉइंट की थी कि भाई like अच्छा, so I have an idea of a name of the workspace. Name is optional? No, name is not optional. User ID is optional. Wow. So we can any user ID so देखते चल uh, and then for each workspace there's a type of a workspace, right? Type of a workspace इसकी default value I think public रखते हैं, right? And I think so nothing of this sort. So and then we'll point this to an enum. Yeah, we can have some music playing in the background. Taswell is good. I've been thinking about this song. Bombs away, don't stop the bleeding. Why you gotta look so sad? I need you around, don't stop the bleeding. Bombs away, don't stop the bleeding.
Everything never change. I'm awake, just barely breathing. Sunshine is falling frozen, and baby, I go on as far as the story.
I'm on my way. Baby,
what I've already done inside the GitHub, and then we'll walk through every single thing, okay? Okay, so this is the new updated schema. So please go into GitHub, copy the schema, and paste it in here and follow along with me, okay? So we finished workspaces. Next is each user can also have multiple videos that are assigned to them. And the video model is going to look like this down here. We're going to have ID, title, description, the source, right? We're going to have created at. We're going to have the folder that it belongs under. We're going to have the folder ID as well, because that's how we're linking it. And now since this is a different type again, of course, we're going to need another model right here, right? So we created one more model called folder, and this is going to have ID, name, created at, and the workspace it belongs to, okay? And the workspace ID as well, and videos right here. And then down here, we're going to also link the user with the user ID, right? Same thing. And each video can also be processing. Remember this? So when we were explaining the user with here, right? So we created one more model called
okay. Wow. Oh, fuck off. Alright, so for every video, right, the video will have an ID, it will have a title or a description, a source meaning where the source is at, created at, all that shit, then a folder ID saying which folder it belongs to currently, the user ID, it's owned by which user, a processing value, which will say it's whether it's true or false, a workspace value 2 saying which workspace it belongs to, workspace ID, views
folder,
and
and this is
summary.
going to have
All right. And in every folder,
ID, name.
I will have an ID, a name, and this folder will belong to a wo. Oh, let me do one thing. Let me shift all of this down, right? It's gonna be much better here because we are gonna like use the space just for this. All right. So for this is gonna take an hour itself. This 2 minute section translates to a whole fucking hour. I have to learn this, you know. I have to learn this. Uh, water break. All right, so let me talk about a video, right? Here we have a video, right? A video. Each video has an ID. It will have a name. It will have a description, right? It will also have a source. Source. Then it will have a folder which it contains, like which folder it pertains to, well, folder ID. It will also say that hey, which user ID belong to, and finally it will say which workspace ID you belong to, right? I think that is important. It makes more sense for this to occupy this section, right? Uh, updated at, I think that's created at, updated at was not there. That will also contain things like the amount of views it has, right? So views. So our ID, our name, our description, source, folder ID, user ID, workspace ID, and views. Oh fuck! Oh, I think I also need to get a landing page for this. Hell no. Well, we'll look into that. This is without the workspace. Holy fuck. So ID have a name description, source, a folder ID, a user ID, a workspace ID, created at views. and I think a summary, which I believe isn't necessary, so I'll have this only. And also processing a boolean value, right? With the default set to true, meaning the video is still in processing. What is processing used for? Processing was for sending the video to somewhere. I don't know. This is nowhere near the Riverside clone that I want to build actually. That is going to be tough. I still have no idea. And like I have to build a whole ass fucking landing page for it. Yeah, the hackathon is going to be very fucking tough. But I'm going to give my fucking best to this, bro. I do not care. Right? If you have a good idea, you will beat anyone. Okay, so I have an ID, a title, as they call it. Title. Description source created at, right? The folder ID it goes to user ID, processing the workspace ID, the views, and the summary, right? So, as we know, this ID is pointing to user ID. We have, shouldn't this point to that? I do not know, man. I just do not care. Like, they just treat this as like a uni line, a workspace ID. Now, now let's get a folder. Let's create a folder. Each folder can have mm, ah, let's zoom out again. So I have an okay, so for each folder,
Name created at.
okay, the folder will have an ID. Of course, it will have a name, right? Created at, that is this. Oh fuck, I'm so retarded. I still haven't come to the video section. I just jumped here. Oh no. Okay, let's calm down. Created at, then a workspace ID and the videos it contains, right? Should I be mentioning like workspace ID and like fuck off. Let me make so folder ID will have one-to-many relationship with the video, right? You know what? I do not care. This is not a professional shit anyways. So I have an ID, a name, a workspace ID. Why do we need a source? The folder. Okay, so the workspace ID is the workspace it is in. How? Okay. Then user ID. I think is there no user ID? No, user ID. Okay. A workspace ID. Why is the folder ID inside here? This created at show views summary processing. So only four fields, right? तो इसके दो connections है. One is to my folder ID and the workspace ID it pertains to. So a folder ID connection, I will use this user ID. Also, let me see. So workspace ID is not compulsory, meaning a folder can exist without a workspace. How does that make sense? Uh, A title and description. Uh, okay, so one thing I realized that, for example, if you look at the folder, it is not necessary for it to be in a fucking folder for some reason. Maybe it makes sense, maybe it does not. It is not necessary for it to have a user ID too. Now these questions are so strange, you know. On delete cascade. And then summary is still optional. Views has a default value of 0. And processing has a default value of true. Yeah, boys, I'm gonna be honest, I need to take that shit break soon. How can you have something as an option and then give it a default value? That makes no sense. Because the other value is going to exist, so just make it compulsory. Untitled. Description and a all right. Let's see.
And the workspace it belongs to, okay? And the workspace ID as well, and videos right here. And then down here, we're going to also link the user with the user ID, right? Same thing. And each video can also be processing. Remember this? So when we were explaining the architecture, I mentioned the processing part, right? This is what that does. And then this also belongs to a workspace. So we're going to create a relation here and pass in the workspace ID. Then views for each video and the summary. I made a spelling error here, but that's fine. And that's it for videos, okay? So let's go back up top and then let's understand subscriptions. So subscriptions is going to look as follows. So we're going to have the ID.
Let's get a oh, I already get a subscription.
Again, the user and the user ID, so we can link a subscription to a specific user, and there's only one subscription, right? So that's why it's not an array, it's just one right here. And then we're gonna have the plan, and there's only one subscription, right? So that's why it's not an array, it's just one right here. And then we're gonna have the plan, and their plan is essentially a different type, right? A different enum, which is pro and free plan, and that's the only plans that our application's offering right now. You can a different type, right? A different enum, which is pro and free plan. And that's the only plans that our application is offering right now. You can customize it, but we're just going to say free as default, okay? And then we need the customer ID and the updated ads. So this actually comes from Stripe, all right? We're getting Stripe stuff and storing it in our database. Next, the exact same thing for members. So users and members right here are also a way to essentially show which member is assigned to this specific user account. So you see we have the member table.
Which member is signed? I don't understand this though. Fuck. Maybe a user ID can have multiple members, maybe, but shouldn't member be pertaining to a specific workspace ID? We'll see. This is something I do not understand, unfortunately. I have an ID, I have a user ID. What's a name like this, bro? Fucking hell, this is actually gonna take so much fucking time, man. But it's fine, boys, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm here. Watashi ga geta! Alright, so I've created add value, which is always default to now, I guess. This is going to be the thing that I can't fuck up here. So when ID is a string, then I have a user ID, and I've created a member value, which is either true or false. Default set to true. And also have a workspace ID. And is my workspace ID? It is optional.
Right? So each workspace, so let's go back to workspace, right? Each workspace is going to have a bunch of members, and a member is nothing else but a user. So when we first created the workspaces right here, we created the member, then we created these specific types. So let me scroll down, which is ID, user ID, and stuff like this. Because remember, a member is a user, and that's why we have to create this relation right here as well. Okay? So don't think that okay, the user goes into the member. I mean, yes, they do technically, but a user is a member. That's why it's a relation right here. Okay? So more.
Wow. So I think yeah, this is the relation. So this ID pertains to here. Oh. So this ID is also outsourcing itself here, and this ID is also pertaining itself to here. So this is a way of telling that if a user is authenticated to work in that space or not.
Specifically speaking, the member is a part of a workspace, okay? And a member is nothing else but a user. So users are members. That's why we have that connection there. Next, we have notifications. It's pretty similar. I'm not going to explain that. Then we have invites, which is again the exact same thing. We just have another model, and we have a bunch of data stored in there. And we have the receiver, which is someone who's sending it, and the person who's receiving this invite as well. And we're passing the same type of model in here. And then we have the trial. Okay, this is just going to help us understand if the user is on a trial period or not. And And the reason why we need this is I think we can leverage this when we're using AI features, right? So in our express, and we're passing the same type of model. Explain that. Then we have invites. Member is a part of a workspace, okay? And a member is nothing else but a user. So users are members. That's why we have that connection there. Next, we have notifications. It's pretty similar. I'm not going to explain that. Then we have invites, which is again the exact same thing. We just have another model, and we have a bunch of data stored in there. And we have the receiver, which is someone who's sending it, and the person who's receiving this invite as well. And we're passing the same type of model in here. And then we have the trial. Okay, this is just going to help us understand if the user is on a trial period or not. And the reason why we need this is I think we can leverage this when we're using AI features, right? See model, okay.
Oof. Fucking hell, bro. Why did I take on this project? What is going through my mind when I took on this project, bro? Fuck me. See, I'm already getting fucking distracted, bro. Take a I don't need to shit anymore, to be honest. This goal better be yours, bro. This jolly damn. Messages. Bro, I get it. Like, it's fine. Like,
saying, don't say that. We live.
My bad.
We're live.
I know that. But my bad.
Stop.
Oh, this live.
Come on, don't be stupid. Do that. You need to understand.
I can't.
Next, most.
What is this? Liquid. Oh, is this what liquid glass means? Nice. Honestly, this is so bad, bro. Like, I'm not even fucking kidding you, like. Much better.
Okay, I think you need theory.
This was 2025. We didn't do this 2024. The fucking bell, bro. What is?
Okay, I think you need theory.
Bro, this feels like Discord and WhatsApp combined, bro. What the fuck can possibly?
Remember? Algebra? Yeah, algebra together. Oh, shit, you gonna beat my ass. We had algebra together.
Bruh, he protecting you, huh? What? Just now show me a Miskiff clip, bro. Like, hell no! Is this the new? Oh hell no! What the fuck is this? Nah.
Makes no sense.
Bro, just. Eh. Bro, they just got someone from a GitHub open repository, bro. Yeah, this is so bad, bro. Like, it actually looks very bad, if I'm honest. See, this is not bad. Oh, never mind. Zero would have fired everyone. What the fuck is he doing? What the fuck is he doing? Yeah. Okay. We need to focus back, boys. Sorry. On gang. Dropped frame 0. Bitch, am I even fucking live? Oh, hell no, bro. Yeah, we took a break. Bro, Normally there are fucking designs on my shit. So I thought, you know what? Let me just look at some designs, bro. I do not expect to see fucking clips and shit, bro. Okay. Um, notification. Why is it fucking showed this on like notification? So I have an ID, a user ID, and the content. I have never worked with this shit, so I do not know why you need this. Bitch, is you fucking a what? Ba 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 ba. Can I not in your butt? Ba 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 ba. Is it fucking tonight? People pussies is tight.
And a member is nothing else but a user. So users are members. That's why we have the connection there. Next, we have notifications. Pretty same. It's pretty similar thing else, but a user. So users are members. That's why we have the connection there.
Close up.
Next, user ID and stuff. Members. And a member is nothing else but a user. So when we workspace,
oh fuck,
and then processing create that, and the workspace have the folder ID as well. Videos and follow along with me. So this is the new updated schema.
What the fuck is this? And you somehow do not explain this too. Wow. Content. Okay, so bitch, you just live here. Like I don't know. You don't live here. Okay. You, my sir. I always forget that. I don't need to worry about the shit links carry draw. I used to use Canva a lot, right? Yeah. Well, one single long selection there, you suffer for the rest of your fucking life. Um.
So please go into GitHub, copy the schema. Okay, so this is the new updated schema. So please.
Oh, fuck off. Oh!
Okay, so this is the new updated.
Found your bitch ass. So, how does this work? I have an ID, right? Normal. I have a sender ID and I have a receiver ID. It's a relation to a field. Oh. Huh. Sender ID and receiver ID, and receiver is the connection. Then I have a workspace ID with a content. Why do I have a content in the invite as well as content in the notification? Right? Let me make invite, and then I have an ID, a sender ID, which is wow, which it does not mean it exists. Like I used to live stream my shit, right? This mean like you will see कि like when I say when I'm उसमें मेरा खाने का टाइम भी है खाने में मुझे कुछ 30-40 मिनट लगे because I have to खुद से reheat करना है सब कुछ and that's when I do not have to make food and फिर like हर एक घंटे के बाद या हर 2 घंटे के बाद I have to take a walk like just around my room छोटा सा for like 3 to 4 minutes. Content.
Schema. So please go.
Oh fuck. Oh, never mind. And I also have a workspace ID. which is still this. And both of these will reference to the fucking user, right? I still have trouble making sense of this, right? Yeah, but this is going to reference to the user basically. So I need to create a reference point to on the table too, right? And then I've accepted value, which will be false by default, and that's it. And now we have to fucking code this too. Oh man. Right now I just want to fucking do GSAP or some shit, you know? And the thing is that that shit's still tough. It's not like I have like mastered that shit or something. Because the guy who makes the tutorials, he makes them in JavaScript. I have to do the shit in Next and React basically, right? Meaning I have to work with frameworks and shit. I have to work with the framework config and shit. Then another shit. Then finally the workspace it points to. How the fuck do I have a workspace? Huh? Okay, wait. This is member. Okay. Fucking hell. That shit terrified me, bro. Alright, I think this is it. Right? I don't know if I have to take a shit or not. Oh man. Now I have to code all of this. And that's still gonna take another fucking hour, bro. Well, we're gonna do it. But hitting the 2 hour mark is gonna be such a big achievement. I'm not even fucking kidding you. How do we authenticate with clerk again? Um, what were we doing? We in the clerk app we made a use clerk option, and okay, so we had a use server. Then we haven't set up clerk. We had an is authenticated. We were getting the user from the clerk, the user ID when they do authenticate, and then we would check whether the user exists in the database or not. All right. So this is our schema, right? It doesn't make sense, unfortunately, because I forgot that we also have to maintain one to many relations. Oh, fuck me. I want to log off at 8 if I'm going to be honest, but nah. I'd given a commitment, I will complete that commitment. I will go till 10. Then I'm gonna take a walk outside and maybe eat outside. Now I have to eat healthy today too. Fuck me. Let me just relax for a bit. All around my western eyes, down a western line. On the back, on the side by side. Yo, I used to say 10 hours too, but at the same time, it doesn't mean keep my 10 like I had a live stream and I have a YouTube video just where I'm like we'll see पर 2-3 घंटे के बाद I am and the thing about studying 10 hours right it's not good like लोग बोलते हैं वो 16 hours पढ़ते हैं तुम्हें जो समझना समझ लो I do not think that's good because my focus like at the 6 hour mark my focus was shit like this task that I think would have taken less time was taking so much more time so I don't believe in ideology. It is a good statement to say, oh look how कितना मेहनत कर रहा था मैं, but it's easy not, right? Just know what you have to do, and जितना तुम्हें time देना होगा तुम दे दोगे इसमें, right? If someone spends a 2 hour, uh,
Hold on. Hold on, it's not over yet. It's gonna bug here. I have to fix that later. Okay, chat. I think I got it cooked. Hold on.
aerodynamic but Daft Punk. What the fuck? Let's listen to the song. Oh, I want to see this video. You know what? This is gonna be a shitting video. Can't even fucking type. Oh, is this a transition from okay, let's review the song. Okay, Portal music, Risk of Rain.
Well, that's fucking hard as shit.
That was not him, bro. What the? Why do you hate him, guys? Apart from his political views, which are very shit. Yo, Harkirat mentioned. What the fuck? That's Kendrick Lamar. He's meeting Kendrick Lamar, bro. Yo, my camera stopped working. Alright, let's start. Not really, to be honest. There's no way that these are similar. Like, I'm not XQC dick sucker, bro, but you're missed with this one. And you need to realize that this guy listens to fucking beans and references. Still not working. Phew. Oh.
To an array of workspaces because one user can
Okay. Alright, the first tier was done, boys. It's our subscription. So, member. Let's work on workspace. So let's talk about workspace. Um, Now a user can have multiple workspaces, right? Now for this I will have an ID string, unique, and the default value will be DB generated, generate random UID, and then db.uuid. Gonna be the type. We're gonna have a name, it's gonna be a string, and then we're gonna have user ID. Right, a user ID can be user ID can be something as pointed at is just plain date time. Views. Like a brand new poster. Brand new poster.
Feel like a brand new person. Same old mistakes. Care only lasts for us today. Feel like a brand new person. Same old mistakes.
I ran out of water. Oh, because I can write this myself. Next time I'm just gonna copy this shit. Whew.
Just a moment right before all the sun happens. Wasn't brave enough to tell you that there ain't gonna be chance. It's not long until
Fuck. Oh, fuck.
everything's still. The minutes are racing. Whatever I've done, I did it for love. I did it for fun. Couldn't get enough. I did it for fame, but never for money. Not for houses, not for her, not for my future children. Until now.
A workspace can have many folders, and a workspace doesn't matter. This is gonna be daytime, and the default value is going to be now.
Spend some time alone as long as I can.
Yes. So you need to be. My folder can have many videos, right? And folder. What the fuck? Oh, an array can be empty too. That makes more sense. The fuck? Who the fuck are you, bro? Oh, damn. Now, this is what I don't understand, though. You know what I do not understand at all. Now, the thing is, these are users, right? So it makes more sense for them to just have this. A workspace ID. Damn, I didn't know this. Need to do Docker, man. Fuck. Today I'm gonna do Rust after this. There's a Rust assignment. And then I'll see what to do. I might have to cut down early, boys. Because frankly, I am fucked. Seriously. What does this mean? Like, for some reason, right?
Have multiple workspaces. Okay, so we're going to create multiple here, right? And that's how we're linking it right here. We're saying now there's another enum we public because there are different type of workspaces. I'm not going to sit and type every single thing. I'm going to leverage. Okay, so now. Okay, so
So the sender. Okay. Wait, the relation is inverted. When I have a sender, I will have an invite. As a sender, I can have pending invites, right? And a receiver, I can still have pending of this invite objects, right? If I had to view this as an object, and the relation that you'll be having with is a string called sender, and a trial value is a boolean default false here. Wow.
So this is the new updated schema. So please go into GitHub, copy the schema. Okay, so this is the new updated.
Relation. So sender ID. Okay, no. This is correct. Above sender, you're supposed to have this. Oh, wait. So those are the foreign keys there. Wow. Oh, fuck off.
Schema. So
Okay. Not know. What does this mean? What is this third argument? I have no idea. And then I have a receiver. Receiver fields with receiver ID and references to an ID. And that's it, boys. Alright, let's check our shit before we go. Before I go take a shit. Fill up my water and then we will proceed with the tutorial. Finally, this took us 2 hours. Yeah, 1 or 30 minutes, whatever. ID string, okay, wow. ID string, and it's not unique, it's literally ID. Default is db random UUID at the rate db.uuid. Then I have a sender, which can have a sender or not. Relationship sender fields, references ID. I have a sender ID, which is an optional value of a string. Doesn't necessarily mean it will be there. Same goes for receiver field, receiver ID, references ID, and the same goes for it is not necessary to be there. Content will be string, workspace will be workspace with the relation of fields to the workspace references to this ID, and the workspace ID can be a string or UUID and accepted as a boolean with default false. Let's check not notification. Notification is an ID of I will remove this. With the default value DB generated UID, this user ID will be a user. The user optional value relationship to field the user ID references to this ID, and of course my user ID can be an optional value with content meaning to be a string.
So please.
Let's check a folder. Folder is a string with this ID. Of course, default value with db generated and random value db UID. Name will be string with the default value of untitled. Folder created at is date time with default. Now workspace ID can be an optional value of string, and this is a db.uid workspace. Let's just rename this. You know what? We're gonna take a risk. Fuck it. So this ID and videos. I was thinking of this. Let's name this videos. Makes more sense. Created at date time default now. So this is working. Let me do one thing though. Let this name videos. Uh, videos. Then we have to go to my model video. It has an ID string of ID. Um, oh, the default event of DBU ID title string with untitled video, I guess. Description will be an optional string value. Source will be a string which has to be unique. Uh, my user ID will be a string with a DBW ID value. Oh fuck. Mm. So fucking exhausted. Ugh. Fucking pulling in office hours, bro. Source will be a string of unique value. Okay, user ID. The same shit with the user ID is optional with the DBW ID value. My workspace is the same thing. It's a string with this. Reference is this. Created at views in int with default 0. Summary is a string optional value. Processing the default value. And finally, my folder ID is also this. Folder with the relation of this.
Please go into.
Let's take a look at my user. This needs to be ID. I didn't see media anywhere. The fuck? That's strange. Media only has these connections. Alright, ID default and email is a string of unique string. That is my clerk ID. Image is an optional value, so it's a string. Studio is a media value, which is optional. Oh fuck, I'm already too much down. Subscription is an optional value. Workspace is an optional value. Videos is an optional. Videos is an array. Notification is an array. Invite, and my trial is green default.
Into GitHub, copy the schema, and paste.
And finally, media with ID, screen, mic, camera, present, user.
Sit in here and follow along with me, okay? So we finished workspaces. Next is each user can also have multiple videos that are assigned to them. And the video model is going to look like this down here. We're gonna have ID, title, description, the source, right? We're gonna have created at, we're gonna have the folder that it belongs under. We're gonna have the folder ID as well, because that's how we're linking it. And now since this is a different type again, of course, we're gonna need another model right here, right? So we created one more model called folder, and this is gonna have ID, name, created at, and the workspace it belongs to, okay? And the workspace ID as well, and videos right here. And then down here, we're going to also link the user with the user ID, right? Same thing. And each video can also be processing. Remember this? So when we were explaining the architecture, I mentioned the processing part, right? This is what that does. And then this also belongs to a workspace. So we're going to create a relation here and pass in the workspace ID. Then
off. You can delete folders, can't you? What was I using? I had to face the same problem. Oh yes, bro. There's no. He didn't even do a test-driven development, bro. Yeah, honestly, fair dudes. Like, we did not have the time for that shit. Model video. Simply enough, on delete, just reflect the changes all over, right? Same goes for workspace. On delete, cascade. What about user? For user 2. On delete, cascade, right? Um, hmm. Oh, I got distracted, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, see, I'm not able to fucking sustain myself, bro. Look at my fucking eyes. Look at my eyes, bro. I'm 22 years old, bro. Why?
Views for each video, and the summary. I made a spelling error here, but that's fine. And that's it for videos, okay? So let's go back up top, and then let's understand subscriptions. So subscriptions is going to look as follows. So we're going to have the ID, again, the user, and the user ID, so we can link a subscription to a specific user, and there's only one subscription, right? So that's why it's not an array, it's just one right here. And then we're going to have the plan, and their plan is essentially a different type, right? A different enum, which is here. And
Why are there two defaults now? Updated at. Why is it updated at to updated at? The fuck? I think that's a mistake from his side.
and then we're going to have the plan, and their plan is
Yeah, let's rename this. Let's stick to the subscription. Hmm.
essentially a different type, right? A different enum, which is pro and free plan. And that's the only plans that our application is offering right now. You can customize it, but we're just going to say free as default, okay? And then we need the customer ID and the updated ads. So this actually comes from
Hmm.
Stripe, all right? We're getting Stripe stuff and storing it in our database. Next, the exact same thing for members. So users and members right here are also a way to essentially show which member.
I did not add members in here, did I? Yeah, what the fuck? Where the fuck is member? Did I not make member? Oh my fucking god. Oh, shitting hell. Mm, let's copy this. We're so close. Let's do this. Let's do this at the 2 hour mark. And then I just give up, bro. I will. Oh, fuck off. This is a huge project, bro. But you know what they say? Just do it, bro. Do not think. Mm. And a member has a member value of a boolean which is set to true by default. Holy fuck, I didn't even think of this.
Is assigned to the specific user accounts. So you see we have the member table, right? So each workspace, so let's go back to workspace, right? Each workspace is going to have a bunch of members, and a member is nothing else but a user. So when we first created the workspaces right here, we created the member, then we created these specific types. So let me scroll down.
Created that too. The fuck? This was not mentioned there.
Which is ID, user ID, and stuff like this. Because remember, a member is a user, and that's why we have to create this relation right here as well. Okay, so don't think that okay, the user goes into the member. I mean, yes, they do technically, but a user is a member. That's why it's a relation right here. Okay. So more specifically speaking, the member is a part of a workspace. Okay, and a member is nothing else but a user. So users are members. That's why we have that connection there. Next, we have notifications. It's pretty similar. I'm not going to explain that. Then we have invites, which is again the exact same thing. We just have another model, and we have a bunch of data stored in there. And we have the receiver, which is someone who's sending it, and the person who's receiving this invite as well. And we're passing the same type of model in here. And then we have the trial. Okay, this is just going to help us understand if the user is on a trial period or not. And the reason why we need this is I think we can leverage this when we're using AI features, right? So in our Express backend that time. Okay, that took a very long time, but I just wanted to help
And
you
I'm
out.
not
So
talking,
I pretty
I'm
much don't have
just.
to do it ever again. Okay. So now you know
Wow.
what a Prisma schema means. It's literal
The
English.
thing is, right, whenever I'm streaming, right, at one point I'm so exhausted, I just start speaking in my mind what I want to say. I'm not even fucking kidding you, bro. Um,
there's on a trial period. Same, I mean, it's pretty. So more specifically speaking,
That's true.
technically, by specific types. So let me. The workspace is right here. We created the member, then we user. So when we first created the workspaces right here, we created the member, then
in my video, my user ID is this. But okay, these are something that I will be aware about. But yeah.
we created these specific types. So let me scroll down.
Holy
which is ID,
fucking
user
shit,
ID, and
it's
stuff like this.
done.
Because remember, a member is a user, and that's why we have to create this relation right here as well. Okay, so don't think that okay, the user goes into the member. I mean, yes, they do technically, but a user is a member. That's why it's a relation right here. Okay. So more specifically speaking, the member is a part of a workspace, okay? And a member is nothing else but a user. So users are members. That's why we have that connection there. Next, we have notifications. It's pretty similar. I'm not going to explain that. Then we have invites, which is again the exact same thing. We just have another model, and we have a bunch of data stored in there. And we have the receiver, which is someone who's sending it, and the person who's receiving this invite as well. And we're passing the same type of model in here. And then we have the trial. Okay, this is just going to help us understand if the user's on a trial period or not. And the reason why we need this is I think we can leverage this when we're using AI features, right? So in our Express backend, that time. Okay, that took a very long time, but I just wanted to help you out. So I pretty much don't have to do it ever again. Okay, so now you know what a Prisma schema means. It's literal English, right? You can read it and understand what it is. And because you're using cursor, you don't need my help anymore. Just double click this, click on chat, and just ask it a question, right? So what is media, or how are things connected? And it will give you an in-depth explanation of how your code base works, and it will pretty much break it down for you. So once you're done with this, open up your folder structure. You're gonna say bunx prisma generate, and you want to hit enter. And next you want to say bunx prisma db push and hit enter. Okay, and that's going to push all of our schemas and the data to our database. Awesome. Now to confirm that everything is working, one thing is you can go into Neon Tech and the data to our database. You want to say bunx prisma db push and hit.
Boys, I'm gonna take a shit if this works. Right. If it doesn't work, it works.
Hit enter. Okay, and that's going to push all of our schemas and the data to our database. Awesome. Now to confirm that everything is working, one thing is you can go into Neon Tech and take a look at any changes that were made, or you can also use bunx prisma studio. And as you can see right here, we have a bunch of models that were created. Awesome. Now let's.
Ooh, what the fuck is this? What is this? Yo! Yo! Hoo hoo! Damn, Prisma, I see you game. Yeah, I'm gonna take a fucking shit, boys. And, I'm gonna leave you all with a fucking video. Uh, taking a shit. Let me just, Minecraft parkour video. Alright, boys. I'll come in a sec. God, I'm gonna get a full job. Alright. So the thing is, like, the way is my body. Oh fuck. I thought my streaming stopped. I was going for 26 minutes. My fucking god, bro. The way my body is orientated, right? I need, like, my shit isn't coming out, bro. I'm literally constipated. The thing is, I am only eating meat. So, like, for example, like right now, I'm gonna eat something much better. But yeah. Alright, boys. I'm gonna be honest. We only do this till the 2 hour mark, and after that, we go on a day, right?
Let's move on to our authentication part. So now we want to say const user exists, right? So user exists like that. And we're going to go into client.user.findUnique, where their email is, actually, we don't need this. We can use the clerk ID itself, right? So I'm going to say where clerk ID is like the user ID. And we want to include the following data, which is the workspace itself and for the specific user. So when we create, when we're looking for the user, if the user exists, we're going to get this data along with that. Next, if the user exists, then we're going to send a status of 200, and we're going to also return the user data itself. Now, if that's not the case, then we need to create the user data.
Okay, so what are you saying? I need to check for some conditions. The first is that I should have the authenticated user. Once I do get the user, I will check if the user does exist, where my clerk ID is my user.id, right? My clerk ID should be matching the user that I get. If suppose I do get that, include workspace. Also fetch me the workspace where the user is where this is my user, where the user exists.
A status of 200, and we're going to also return the user data itself. Now, if that's not the case, then we need to create the user data. And just taking a look at how intelligent Cursor AI is, this is insane. Like, I don't have to even do anything. But I'm just going to say we're going to create the new data here, but we also need some extra information. So let's go ahead and pass that in as well. So we passed in the clerk ID, but then we also want to pass in the user's first name and last name. Okay, so go ahead and pass that in as well. Next, the avatar image also comes back from the user data, right? So we're going to pass in the user data in here. Next, for our studio settings, we're going to create
user.email addresses. So I think so. This is all the information that we're getting from clerk. So tomorrow we have plenty of homework to do, right? With doing a clerk and shit. Oof.
An empty object, right? And just store it like this. And of course, for subscriptions, we're just going to click on, we're just going to enter create, and this will use all the default values, right? So now the user has a free plan by default. And then we need to create a workspace, but by default, every
So I create this, then I also create an empty studio, right? Client. So this is on my user table. So create an empty studio, create an empty entry in the subscription row, and in the
workspace a user gets once they sign into the application is considered a personal workspace. So we're going to put their personal name, right? So first name, comma, apostrophe S, workspace. So for example, Web Prodigies is workspace or parents workspace, okay? And the type is personal. Next, once all of this is completed, we're going to include the following data. So we're going to get the workspace where the user, for the user, where the user's clerk ID is like
workspace. So include इसमें object आता है. Then which table you want? We want workspace. Workspace. So what do you want? Where? So we do that where user is equal to
this user ID. And I think you actually don't have to do this. You could just return workspace true. But since I have it in the code like this, I'm just going to type it like this for now, right? So you can technically just change this to true. I think it's the same thing. And finally, we also have to return the subscription plan, right? So we're going to return their subscription plan, and we're going to select plan and get all the information in that. All right, done. So we're going to scroll to the
select, and we get the where plan is true subscription. Okay, so let me think. What did we set our subscription to? Did we? Sorry, we did get subscription. But
this for now, right? So you can technically just change this to true. I think it's the same thing. And finally, we also
okay. So on authenticate user. Oh, I need to remove this. We're gonna take a walk after. I'm gonna go get a walk after this. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, so many neck crunches, bro. Oh. No, honestly, I'm gonna give up the 8 hour mark. I might sleep. I might give an early tomorrow. We're gonna have an early stream tomorrow, and then we're gonna fucking grind, right? So right now I'm just not in the fucking mood. But yes,
also have to return the subscription plan, right? So we're going to return their subscription plan, and we're going to select plan and get all the information in that. All right, done. So we're going to scroll to the bottom here. And I'm actually going to remove this 200 response right here because I have to do something else. So if the new user...
Okay, so let me think about this myself, right, before we do proceed. Let me go to SRC actions, not you, okay, user.ts. So first we want to check that if a user does exist. If the user does exist, let's get the let's try to get the user result, right? Const user data is equal to await user dot client this dot user dot find unique, right? Can we name this or this doesn't matter. Find unique. Now where what? My user where my ID is equal to user.id, right? Um, let's suppose we do not find this. Wait, I don't understand. Am I supposed to do a return here? I think that would make more sense. Res dot and actually, you know what? When you're doing this operation, also include some things. Include. Wait. Where this include uh include what do I want to include? The workspace, right? So workspace. So what do we want from the workspace? Where user ID is equal to user dot ID. Where no, this is wrong actually. The reason being I want the clerk user. I want to so like this is also wrong. This is supposed to be my clerk ID, right? Where my user ID is equal to my clerk ID, right? Um, where my user ID is equal to my clerk ID. You know what, boys? I hate to say this, but I'm gonna do this tomorrow. I'm exhausted, more than exhausted, bro. And my mind is just clicking. I just need a break. You know, even though I did take a shit, I'm gonna lay off, take some breaks. See, the main intention isn't to study 8 hours, is to grind the shit out as soon as I can. I'm gonna do some rest before I go to sleep. But yeah, boys, I'm sorry, I'm giving in. Tomorrow we're gonna be having a much bigger stream, and yeah, this was good, and we can do much fucking better. All right. That's it. See, I think all in all I did study like 4 hours, so that does matter. 4 hours is still good for me. But yeah, that's it.